All righty, I'll go ahead and call it. Then we start.
Led safely to in terms of healing who need it, and thank you for bestowed upon us. Let us do today. Pray.
America. With us today.
Go ahead and
Here.
Mr. Chairman, I have agenda versus already approved. You need just, you can do it. Doesn't matter. Ladina said to
Got together yesterday and talked. And 2 more.
Before we get to it,
sure.
gave to
Is because so the that
okay.
Options of how we can purchase, and it is did in 20 piece of paper vehicle.
All right, that's box.
Ma'am.
Take a motion.
Okay. Old business?
Yeah. Said it.
So thank you. So with that clarification, Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Says Anderson.
My question is, when is that our final payment?
And then mine was on so the painting of animal control for the 9746, that is now complete,
Correct.
okay?
They had to go back in and do some touch-ups, some, corrections after the walkthrough. So now they got the final okay, and that's why we just received the invoice now.
Okay, yeah, cause I thought it was a while,
It was.
yeah, and then where was the other one, hold on. There it is. It was also 9,000. What's the end? Let's see.
Smith Heating and Air?
Yes, so, thank you. So I'm wondering about Smith Heating and Air for the new mini splits. Are we going out to bid? I mean, nothing, are we going out to bid on stuff like that? Or are we just calling somebody? Like, how are we handling them?
Well, those have been, we have gone out a couple of times before.
Right?
And we have consistently ended up with Smith. And so I think they come in right around where our small purchase is. So, but if you'd like to do otherwise,
Well, we have so
can do
many
that.
qualified individuals in heating and air in our county. I just think that anytime we do anything like that, I think we should go out to bid. I mean, I know we have a small purchase and they came in just under that, so, yeah, that's how I would like to move. I mean, I'm just one board member, but,
Well, and if I might, I would like to note that some of those are kind of time sensitive. So your bid process requires, going to out and advertise and leaving it available for essentially a week and all of that. So just so you know, that's part of that
which
process.
mini split had to be fixed?
I just, in general, that's part of why mini splits have been treated a little differently.
Right, but whose mini split needed to be fixed? Which
That
one in the
was
building?
downstairs, here, yeah. Yeah.
Two downstairs?
Oh, in the bank building?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are, all the ones being replaced right now have been the bank building. Kind of like identifying those that are coming up.
Right.
Well, and we've also had some that had just stopped. We do have some others potentially coming up, in some of the buildings we have taken over recently. But those are not in this list at this time because they are not as time sensitive.
More or less preventative maintenance.
Yeah, those would be more preventative also because we're having, well, I'll tell you that where it'll be coming before you soon is the mini split for rescue in town. The boiler down there is very old, very expensive, and not terribly effective. So one of the things that Mark and Kevin have been looking at is what is the better plan to bring back for that. And because that one will potentially end up being a larger expenditure, that one will be coming back for conversation with you all.
And is Dustin involved in those discussions too, as our head of EMS? Of our emergency
Yeah,
management
of course,
services? Okay.
we get his advice on that, yeah.
Good. If we're having this many kinds of situations with mini splits, I say, in my opinion, we should figure out how many more are gonna be needed to be replaced and send that all out to bid. I mean, it just seems to me
Okay.
to be a better mechanism than just piecemealing one here, one there. If we know we're gonna have this many, then let's go ahead and pool our resources and try and save us some money.
Like, if we know we're gonna have 20
Yeah.
that need to be replaced
Right.
over the course of the next year, we can do it.
Or
that-
even 2 years, yeah.
A bid for that, whatever it is, sorry.
Did you have a question?
That makes logical sense.
Okay, well, we will put that forward as part of your
Stitching time says
Your,
no.
your. Yeah, I have to admit, we were, the number of mini splits in this building that are pumping out is, it's funny, when you buy them all together, they tend to go out within proximity to each other.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, that is.
Funny
You
that.
can't be already.
No, I'm saying just in general, buses.
She knows.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, the mini splits can't be going yet, Dr. Cromer.
We'll be changing out windows.
Right.
Any other questions?
No. Would you like a
I'll
motion?
take a motion to approve disbursements.
So moved.
A lot of them did that one.
Second,
All right. All right, Ms. Chair, on the motion to move forward with approval of disbursements as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
yes.
All right, Mr. Cox
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Next is the approval of the minutes for March 25th. I think everyone was here. Anybody have any questions or corrections? If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
No other discussion, call the roll.
All right, on the approval of the minutes as presented, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Promise.
Alright, I was just telling Mr. Kitchen with that cclock there and the agenda times, I feel like now it's my responsibility to get you back on time. So here it goes. Alright. The positive is, we're a little bit behind in meetings, so our meeting isn't until Monday, so I don't have a huge update, so it's looking pretty plausible here. And on the budget, you know, the timing is just so awful on this that we have to have an estimate to you all, and the state doesn't even have their stuff together, so. But the good news is the General Assembly sent the budget amendment back to the governor unchanged for the support cap. So he has until May 2nd to accept, veto, or whatever he wants to do with that. But that's still May 2nd until we know for sure. But it is looking pretty possible that that support cap will stay or will be removed more than we had heard from the governor. So that's positive. Another positive, if you remember, we had some safety and security grant money that was kind of dropped in our lap June 28th last year and carried that over, and we have been looking at new phone systems. Ours is set to expire in June, and so we've been working with Citizens, and they're gonna help us get a new phone system that will also be a little bit of a safety upgrade. And then speaking of safety, I think we rekeyed the high school about 10 years ago, but the elementary schools have never been rekeyed. And as we've added additions and buildings, we've just added new doors and more keys. And that is, that's also just not safe in the event of an emergency, a lockdown situation. So we're using these funds to begin rekeying our elementary schools and starting with our two biggest with Floyd Elementary and Czech Elementary. Those hope to be done late this spring, early this summer. So we're excited about that. And we're also using some of those funds for a new radio repeater at the high school. So good things happening with that money. We're excited about that. I have been hosting a fall and spring, or I guess have been in the short couple years here, Superintendent's Advisory Council, and the spring one is scheduled for next week on the 16th at 6. I'm gonna be sharing information on the new school performance and support framework. So that's how our schools are graded. And so I'll be sharing that with parents and community members. Pizza is gonna be provided by the nutrition group, who's our food service manager. And then we'll have a fall and spring session next year, and next year also hope to add a student session as well. Lots of stuff happening in the month and a half we have left. We have our Special Olympics event on April 23rd at 1 o'clock. That's always a great event to come to there at the track at the high school. Our senior awards and scholarships are May 1st at 7 at the high school auditorium. And then graduation, Friday night, May 16th at 6 on the track, and we'll have special seating saved for you guys if you're interested in attending there. And then our 7th grade recognitions are gonna be held at elementary schools on May 21st. So lots of things to celebrate. I have 3 minutes and so for any questions that
Great news on that student session with you. I really love you opening up to student input. That's really important. Also on the rekeying, some of the, for instance, you know, the new gym has so many keys out. If you would, while you're rekeying, I would like to see that rekeyed.
The whole high school has a lot of keys out there. But yes,
I mean, I'm serious.
yes.
It's just, when we're talking about safety, when we're talking about wanting to make sure that our places are secure, and if that's the case, 10 years maybe, I mean, I know it's an expensive process, but if we have this money, I don't know, I'm just,
Yeah, that is helpful additions to our conversations.
thank you. That's it, and like I said, I am just so excited that students will have a voice. I was one of the folks that worked hard to get Virginia Tech to have student input on the Board of Visitors, so, you know, bringing it down to the local level, it's really important to me that that's.
Eventually, we want a student representative on the school board maybe, but
Absolutely, I think
we
that's.
got some work to do to get there.
Yeah, that is really important. I mean, you know, it was a while ago that students got on the Board of Visitors, but it was amazing to think that it had been that long that they hadn't had a voice, so.
I have just one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
When you get your phones upgraded, please ensure that you have a hard landline that's not dependent.
We do, and that's the citizens also will provide us some backup, whereas if even our server goes down, it connects to them
Okay,
as well.
without
So we're
power?
having multiple ways of.
Right, because
Yeah,
that ice storm was very revealing about.
Yeah, the landline,
was.
Landline.
but the landlines at Citizens are still VoIP, they're not copper. I just laid a brand new copper line on my farm so that I would have I may be the only person that'll be able to talk to anybody. Because everybody else will be on VoIP, but I've got a landline. That's
all. I just
copper.
wanna make sure that you can call out when
Yes, that's our
everything else is down.
concern as well, because especially knowing if something were to happen, cell towers are.
Appreciate that.
So you need a copper. But there's nobody else doing copper except for Verizon still. I'm being serious about
No,
that, I'm
I-
not trying to be funny.
Yeah.
I mean, when 9/11 happened, the only way you could talk to anybody was on a copper landline.
We hope that never happens again.
Well,
Just don't mess up her timeline.
You got 45 seconds.
Efficiency.
You should not have put a clock in front of you.
I love it.
I'm gonna set a clock up here, so.
All right,
Thank you.
at you.
Thank you.
thank you all. Come here.
See you, Dr. Cromer.
David, you worked hard to get you here on time.
I will do everything I can to keep you on
The
schedule.
pressure's on.
Yeah, it'll be up to you guys. Because like Dr. Cromer, I don't have a whole lot because we've been still doing cleanup. Obviously, the first part of those storms was to get the roads open, but we know we had a lot of brush still left along the side, a lot of debris. I know Ms. Rogers, I think, according to my notes, we did get some O'Connor. I don't know if we've gotten all O'Connor that she was asking about. I do know that's on my list anyway. I haven't driven it, but I might have to actually ride it and see what's left on it. But yeah, a lot of tree debris cleanup, a lot of patching because we have the schedule work coming up. A lot of surface treatment on the schedule. I'll get you a whole list. I've got it here, but I don't need to read it all out. We're doing some paving on Route 8 and 221, as you know. Route 8 north of town, 221 through town. That's gonna be interesting. It's never a good time to do that. We're gonna do it at night. It's gonna be disruptive. It's gonna be disruptive during the day too, so we're trying to balance where we get the fewest complaints, and I don't know if there is a good choice on that. It just has to be done. We're getting ready to start our secondary construction project this year, and it's gonna be, well, we got two actually. Hope Road is under construction, that's not by contractor, and we're doing Reedsville right now. We could only get about a half a mile of Reedsville. I know we had more of that on the original plan, but a lot of that has to do with our environmental regulations. We're also running into, surprisingly, some right-of-way issues. I know that was probably the biggest group of people, wanting that road, but then, you don't get everybody at the public hearings, and so you always run into some issues when you're getting down to that. We'll discuss that more of that when we start adding roads this year to the 6-year plan, about what our strategy might have to be for these roads where we can't get the right of way. I know we had that issue on Firehouse. We're running into it in a couple other places. Our choice is gonna be to build a wider road, better drainage. If we can get the right of way, if we can't, we might have to just go ahead and pave it as it is. I don't wanna pave a 10-foot road, But we can't be spending all the money we're spending on preliminary engineering and design and all that kind of stuff only to cancel the project. And that's the pressure we're getting from up above, is to get these projects out, get them done. We've got a lot of money that's sitting in, we don't have a lot here. But they're really pushing us to get these projects out, and the only way to get them out is to pay them in place, basically. But we'd rather not do that, because it makes a safer road if we can widen it a little bit and get the drainage. Anyway, I'll speak more about that when we have our public hearing later on this month. I think it's the next meeting. And we did get that spot on Laurel Creek as well. I know we had some spots like that.
Very good.
Reedsville Road is our next, and my wife made us give up our landline last month. I was against it, but I think she did it while I wasn't looking.
It's only $38 a month. I think it's worth it.
My old landline number is still my number at Kroger and Food Lion to punch in. Even though that phone number doesn't work anymore. But anyway, thanks. Yeah, like I said, I know we've got a lot of brush. Mr. Best told us King's Store and Ms. Rogers on Connor, but we've got it everywhere. So we continue to work on that because we'd like to get it up before we have to mow.
Mr. Mowers would be happy.
Yeah.
I appreciate all your work. I know that you do as much as you can for our county with the budget that's assigned to us, so there's a lot of pushback about what's not being done now that used to happen, so.
We spend about 105% allocation every year, so.
I appreciate
We
it.
spend every nickel and more.
Yeah.
Yeah, start yelling at us.
Thank you for everything. If by chance y'all could pass motor grader down level bottom and down. I've had some complaints of road condition down that way.
Okay.
And also we've had a discussion maybe about a guardrail placement on stone walls just past Wilson Cemetery. Steep embankment. Maybe it's something that y'all could look at for us.
Yeah, that was on my list too, yeah.
Just north of the intersection of Wilson Cemetery.
If I can interject something right quick, me and Dr. Millsap was talking to Senator Stanley, he said, let him know anything we needed. So we wanted everybody to look in their districts for anywhere there's need for guardrails.
Yeah, and I don't have a list. I'm trying to find a list.
Yeah, it's my
I haven't-
district. Yeah. It's
Forget
okay.
about your request, but our areas might have something like that. We don't have an official like guardrail needs list.
Okay. Do you have a criteria list, what would meet what the criteria to get a guardrail put in?
Well, there's one to
Or
get a new one put
complicated.
in, but then there's just the repairs on the other ones.
Right.
And we're just trying, in fact, with our guardrail contracts, it's hard to just keep up with the ones that are just, have been hit, just crushed, not necessarily the ones that are just starting to lean because the shoulder's failing. Those might be actually harder, the ones with the shoulders failing, because you can't just go from the guardrail back, you gotta fix the whole shoulder. And the reason the guardrail's there is because you got great big slopes. If you're gonna fix that shoulder, it's gonna be a lot, it's gonna be expensive to go in and fix slopes as well as putting a guardrail.
Yeah, Pilot Mountain comes to mind.
It is the height limit on the banks, what, 12 foot or something like that?
In fact, there's a written standard. It depends on, it's a function of how bad the slope is and the total height.
Sorry.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, David.
So the president declared a state of emergency for the February event, that ice storm event. So, in my opinion, I know you guys have been doing all you can, but I think we need to mobilize even more. I mean, it's not just the 1, 2, 3, 4 crews that are out there. I believe me, I appreciate everything you're doing. I know you're doing it as best you can, but I think we need more.
Sure.
I mean, we do, and I don't know if your counterparts in Salem need to go to the counterparts in Richmond, that need to go to the counterparts somewhere else, I don't know. But this county is in dire need of getting these shoulders and sides of the hill. I mean, things are jutting out. I mean, every time I go down the road, I'm afraid of what might be coming at me because I've got nowhere to go evasively because, and I know you know all this.
Sure.
But I'm just speaking for our constituents out in the general public that we need to figure out how we get this done because we're now April 8th. You know, it's gonna be June 1st in a heartbeat. And not trying to rush away 2025, but we need more people. We need more boots on the ground to get this done. So I don't know if it's something that we need to do in concert with you or talk to Senator Stanley to get somebody in Richmond to light a fire under somebody else to get, I mean, the National Guard would have been great then, but we need them now. I mean, we need boots on the ground to get this done. Because it's just everywhere. Every single place I go in this county, it's the same.
Our roads are so narrow, and once you get this farming equipment out on these narrow roads, I'm concerned also about impalement accidents.
Yeah,
Very concerned.
yeah, excuse me, it was a disaster declaration.
Disaster, yes.
Yeah.
Just worry about that.
Yeah.
But the point being that we've gotta figure out a way to get it done. And I don't know if, you know, Kenneth King can work on something with his counterparts in Richmond, but we definitely need something done. And if we can help in any way, please let us know.
Yeah.
Whatever we can do, but it's just, there's just not enough, you know, it's like a garden hose on a flaming, you know, whatever, but you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
We've just gotta get that done. Again, to just echo Mr. Cox's point about Stonewall, I don't know if it's possible. You know, I think that sometimes people fly too fast down that road. You're coming out of a steep drop and then you're going around a curve, and if you're, you know, you shouldn't be driving that fast road anyway. And you know, there are many of our roads that, you know, if I'm on 615 and I'm supposed to be going 45, there are some of these roads that should only be 35 and not 55.
I did speak to the property owner,
Mm-hmm.
and in the last 20 years, there's been 2 crashes over that way.
Yeah, fatalities?
No, not fatalities.
Well, that was good.
Yeah.
Also, I know this is county line. A lot of Floyd that drive Mill Road,
Mhm.
State Route 602. That road literally falls apart. And then while they're there, they need to come all the way and head out to 615. Just go from Route 8 to 615 and take care. I mean, there are some axle breakers along that whole stretch. And then, yeah, whatever potholes you can fill, thank you for taking care of Laurel Creek yesterday. You know, and there are more of those I'm hearing in the county. But if you find something where a culvert is starting to do away with the road, please contact the supervisor in your district so that they can help to alert you
Sure.
and your boots on the ground, literally here in our county, that are really very responsive to getting these things fixed, so.
Yeah, I mean, they can't be ever and see everything, so yeah.
Correct,
It's good.
yeah, I mean, our citizens
Yeah,
are
no, it's
so
good.
important.
Yeah. I look at the Floyd 411 site.
There you go, right.
Are you seeing that, even though
I
it's
haven't looked
not,
at it lately.
it's not in our county, but Piney by people in my. Yeah.
For what, we've, myself went a couple of times in the last year.
Mhm.
We paid VDOT a visit, and I think it's too happy for what all we presented that we needed. We also talked to Mr. Stanley, or Senator Stanley, about VDOT here in our county needs, you know, so on their radar.
Yeah.
It's up to them now, but the road just water and yours to make sure that too bad, you know, you have to burn it now. It seems like green grass is Collins.
Yeah. It's all over the cars.
Amount of green grass and the leaves putting out and everything sort of slowed it down in this rain too. But along with the rain, it comes more problems for y'all.
Yeah.
I noticed this morning right below C.W. Harmon's,
Mhm.
you know, that drop off there on the right, that curve. These last two rains has packed that full of the brush that fell during. It's 21. And this, and it's
Oh,
been
wow.
a long time.
Bitterly cold.
Yeah, 'cause it's paved, it's cracks. You know, told somebody in pothole like a whack-a-mole board.
Yeah, seriously.
You fix one, it'll pop
Two
up
more
over
pop
here. So, but just about every road full of potholes. And, you know, I know y'all doing. Thank you for getting 80 as quick as you did.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, because like he said, he thought.
Yeah, that was a big.
big. Should. More like. Mr. Underwood. On
No, I mean,
interested to get your 6-year plan. I think he wants to talk about that road too.
okay. We'll have some space for some roads on the 6-year plan coming up, so it'd be good.
But that road's already been paved down so far.
We talked about
so-
that for a while, doing that road.
Yeah, that and Laurel Creek.
I don't think he's so worried about the pavement, is just getting it widened, you know,
Right.
so I mean,
If it's already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down toward. Yeah.
Back, we were discussing stuff. Design. Why aren't we asking about ways before we do all like folks in seems like you would want to go to everybody on that road.
Oh, we do, but you don't know the right how to do some design. You gotta do a little bit of
Okay.
design before you know exactly where
Right,
you're going,
okay.
you know,
I just,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm not a civil engineer and I don't.
I mean, the
plan on-
other thing we could do is try, and it's still gonna cost some money, but maybe not as much as design, is just go through and get a straight 40-foot right of way.
If you don't use
Sometimes necessarily work, probably,
at the same Ponderosa,
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
done so much on Ponderosa, I've just got the window.
Yeah.
Just, number 2, I think it was, done.
Yeah.
So it just seems like, I don't know. Anyway,
but anyway, back in my district, just about every road since these last 2 rains we had needs a machine work.
Yeah, they'll be getting on those here again.
I reckon it's sort of like my driveway, once I worked it the first time, it loosened it up for the second rain to
Yeah,
make the
yeah,
ditches look.
you can take all that stuff away, carry it all away.
And I think that's what happened with some of these roads where y'all machined them, it was loose and you just washed them again.
Yep.
So, other than that, I appreciate what y'all do with what you got to do with. So,
All right, thank you. See you all a little bit later this month.
okay.
yeah,
Bye, thanks, David.
Chad?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hope everyone
Hey.
is doing well. Before the COVID pandemic, I used to come and occasionally bring someone with me to talk about different aspects and things at the agency that I thought might be of interest to the board. And since we've gotten back, kind of out of that pattern of not meeting together, I thought it would be nice if we could start that up again. And so today, I thought it might be beneficial for the board to kind of get an understanding of the funding that we pay to or compensate for foster children once they enter care. And before I have Mr. Holt come up and join me, I just kind of wanted to give just a brief overview of when a child does enter care, of what level of care they may enter and how that is determined. So when a child does enter foster care, we are obliged to attempt to place that child in the lowest level of care that we can, based on their individual needs and behaviors. And when a child, so the lowest level of care is gonna be what we call just a typical, low-level foster home, which we refer to as resource homes or pride homes. Those are individual families that are locally trained, and approved by the local agency. And incidentally, we do still, partner with Montgomery County to work and provide us with the resource homes and manage the resource homes that we have locally. So that's the lowest level, and then if a child needs additional support or care, we look at one step up, which is gonna be a licensed child placing agency, which is what we call therapeutic care. Now, any level above that therapeutic level of care is gonna be what we consider congregate care. That's gonna be your group homes, your residential facilities, psychiatric residential facilities, even your Department of Juvenile Justice. So today, what we're gonna specifically talk about is that lower level of care, the pride homes and the therapeutic homes. And when looking at the compensation for the individual homes in those categories, we are going to, and I had placed this in your individual packets, there are what we call basic maintenance rates. So each month, depending on the child's current age, the foster home is going to receive that amount of funding. And then you'll also note on that same page at the bottom, there's a supplemental clothing allowance that is provided for that individual child each year. Now, in addition to the basic maintenance, we have something that's called additional maintenance, and that's determined through an alternative process that I brought Mr. Holt with me to speak about. I'll have him come up now, David Holt, who is our services supervisor for foster care and adult protective services, but I'd like for him to present and talk about the VMAT process.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So yeah, the VMAT process, the Virginia Enhanced Maintenance Assessment Tool. So as Mr. All said, when the child comes into care, if the child is placed in a local home, I refer to as a local home, a resource home, or a therapeutic home, they, as in the child, have an assessment level which is $1,120, which starts out for the first 60 days. And then after that, each child is assessed to determine where they would be at on the scale. So am I correct, you guys have a copy of all of this? So the assessor is trained. We have 2 assessors in the building, and each assessor is trained. They have to take training through VDSS, and basically what they do is they go through these 6 pages and they determine, as you can tell, they can have mild, moderate, and more or less severe. And they're comparing, if you want to use those words, comparing against other children of similar age and similar capabilities or abilities. And so what they do is they'll go through it, and when they don't just talk to the individuals, they also take reports from the facility, and they'll take, I guess you could say, testimony from the foster parents, the TFC, the local agency being, say, myself or the foster care workers. And they'll go through it, and at that point, it can range from to 0, a lot of kids who are infants, that would be 0, up to your most severe, which would be, I think it's around $2,800, I think around $2,800. And the interesting thing about this particular scale is the fact that the better the child does, the lower the amount of money that the individual gets. And I know that sometimes it may not be counter whatever you want to look at it, but it's actually the foster parent, the child, the process is doing very, very well for this child, so they're able to step down, so to speak, to a lesser sort of intensity. These particular assessments are done either every 6 months, every year, or when an individual would want it. And there are times when the foster parents may not agree with the score, so they have that option of appealing it. And then that's when it would go to our director, and then they would reevaluate and potentially have another VMAT to determine whether or not that is an appropriate score, or should it be higher or be lower. And we do tell the foster parents that, your right to appeal, please understand that, it could even go lower. And it's not a punishment, it's a compliment in how well that the foster parent is doing to support the children or
Right.
child.
Of course, it's human nature to want as much money as you can possibly, receive, and so sometimes there's some disagreement in what individuals think that the rating might or should be.
So kind of going through it, you'll see that it's a social and emotional, and then it will go to behavioral and developmental, and then it's physical, medical, and personal. So they go through each one of those categories with the individual along with the reports. Any questions in regards to this particular tool that we use?
What was TFC? What did that stand for?
TFC is Therapeutic Foster Care Agency.
Therapeutic foster care.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that'd be like a DePaul, Family Resources,
Got it,
something
right.
like that.
And the main difference about the therapeutic foster care versus the local level foster care is with therapeutic foster care, you have that additional support of an individualized case manager that's provided by the company such as DePaul, as Mr. Hope had mentioned, that provides an additional support for the foster home itself. Of course, those placements are much more costly for the agency because there's a daily rate that we pay for that case management, which can go anywhere from between $150 up to $275 per day.
Wow.
So anytime that we're able to use a local foster home, those fees would not be incurred. And so we do try and attempt to use those as much as we can, for funding purposes. But of course, we certainly always look at the level of need for the child as well.
And can you explain the $1,128?
Sure.
$1,128, that's the minimum?
So every child, when they come into foster care into one of these particular homes, it's called an assessment level, so it's a base rate for the first 60 days.
Okay, so first 60 days.
Yeah, and then at that point, we will have a VMAT.
Right.
And it will determine whether or not that the rate would either go up or go down,
Right,
depending
and
on the
then
individual.
That's where these maintenance rates.
So those
would
are
kick in.
those are VDSS rates,
Okay.
which would be on top of the amount of this one here.
Oh, okay,
So those ones are standard, no matter the
Those are
child.
your basic rates.
gotcha,
So you've
gotcha,
got your basic category and your additional category.
okay,
Your basic category stays the same depending on how old the child is, month to month. Now, every year, at July 1st, every new fiscal year, they sometimes adjust those for inflation, cost of living, and
Sure.
sometimes they do go up. But those remain stable.
okay,
The additional maintenance is determined through the VMAT, and it can fluctuate.
got it, okay. Yeah, so very important.
Thank you for your presentation. How many placements on average do we see in the county?
Right now, we have, I'm sorry.
No. I'm happy to, I mean, it just, right now, we have, I think, 15 children in care, all but one, well, that's not entirely true. So one is in congregate care, 2 are over the age of 18, which they are in what we call fostering futures, and the rest, which would be 12, would be in foster homes. And we actually have 2 children that are in a trial home placement with their parents right now too. So yes, we have roughly about 9 or 10 that are in therapeutic foster homes that will be receiving this rate.
And just to put a feather in Mr. Holt's hat, we've been, and the department and the unit has been successful at, we had a relatively high level of congregate care at one point. And of course, statistically speaking, when a child enters congregate care, their chances of permanency diminish. So we have been, in the department and the unit specifically, has been successful at lowering and stepping those children down to where, as Mr. Holt mentioned, we only have the one child who remains in a group home setting. And we're looking at this point right now, stepping her down to a therapeutic home. And then again, we do have the two in the home, trial home placement, so we stand within a month to be down to 13. Of course, we do have a few cases in CPS right now that are a little volatile, and we may have some children entering care, but we're doing our best to prevent that.
And I can say our CPS unit does an incredible job at preventing that from happening.
Right.
They go to great lengths to find family, friends, and alternative living arrangements to ensure that the children can not come into foster care, but also remain safe in where they're at, and getting the family the services necessary to hopefully return those children back to their parents.
Thank you for what y'all do.
This is one of the lowest number of foster care that I can remember, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been with Floyd for just over 10 years. And yeah, we haven't gotten much lower. We've gotten maybe 12-ish, but
Yeah.
but we're fairly low.
Yeah,
So-
I know.
We're in the
Indeed.
20s, so we.
I know, that's, I
And
mean,
we
I've,
also have another child who we're looking at adoption, which
Okay.
so that would be a lot more. So we, knocking on the wood.
Yeah.
We have been successful, and of course that goes, to the credit of the agency and the workers that we have.
absolutely.
That have diligently worked to bring these children to permanence.
Well, I did want to make sure that got acknowledged, because I've been reading your tracking data for a long time now, and this has, it made me wonder that, we must be doing something right, and kudos to the entire CPS unit and everybody at your offices. They do a fine job.
So thank you.
Thank you.
It is very encouraging to see those numbers going
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, and like I said, it starts with our CPS workers.
Right.
And doing what they need to do to support the families. But it's also the families
Right.
willing to work with us to improve their situation.
I wonder if, do you feel like the drug court has helped a little bit in that respect, and or are new efforts to promote better mental health and getting help, and then all of the opioid abatement? Do you think all of these factors,
I think some of the plans for the opioid abatement authority funds are gonna be beneficial. The drug court has been successful to a certain degree. We are looking at the potential of getting a mental health court in Floyd County.
Right.
And I think that would be something else that would be advantageous and allow us to even, to work more closely with our families in that capacity, to bring other children, to maintain children in their homes before bringing them into foster care.
right?
So, yeah.
important.
And like I've said before, for a rural area, Floyd County, we are very fortunate to have the services that we do have and the support of the community. We have a lot of volunteerism in Floyd County and groups that get together to really support the citizens, so that's encouraging.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, DSS is like mental health and everything. They always hollering, yes, we need to help them, but
And our main struggle, with the substance abuse and use is gonna be methamphetamines more so than the opioids, but luckily we are able to capitalize on some of those funds through the OAA to work with families that are suffering from the methamphetamine abuse.
you gotta see about more mental health work in our regional jails. And a lot more. Seem like these kids, unfortunately, they just forget about, they worry, kids are our most important resource. But there's a few of them that they just forget about and push them off to the side.
Also, how are things going with the building? I know that, part of our move to have this building secured for us was to allow the courthouse to have its own building, but it also allowed you to have a building to
Wonderful.
grow. And I would like you to kinda talk about that, because many of our citizens don't truly understand all of the complexities that went into the purchase of this building for county admin and affiliated services, but allowing you to have a larger space. How has that impacted?
So it's been very successful and it's been very motivating for the staff.
Nice.
We were able to take a staff of, we have 23 individuals, including myself, who were confined to the lower level.
Right.
And actually, when the county was able to relocate here, we were able to, to occupy the entire second floor. So that gave us double space. And so we were able to take our services unit and our administrative units upstairs, and that allowed for those individuals downstairs at benefits who were really crammed into the lower side of the building to expand out. And it just seems, we made the situation work.
Right.
But it has just made the morale of the agency so much better to be able to have that space and have the ability to have more privacy when you're working with your clients.
Right.
We have more individuals that have their own offices now, and there's just much more space, and that just has really made a huge difference.
And I'm
So-
sure that translates to the better, I mean, not that you weren't giving the utmost service to clients, but this allows the flow to be better and just everything just,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If the CPS investigator needs to interview someone, he can take them right in his office without any issues.
right,
We had the 2 small bathrooms downstairs. Now we have, four more upstairs. So
Right.
it's just made a huge difference. And I really did not. I mean, we were so used to it. I don't think that anyone realized what a difference it would be once we were able to get this spread out. Plus, getting the wallpaper taken down and the painting done,
right,
and the new flooring in,
yeah,
total overhaul.
It's gotta be a great boost for morale when you get something like that. I know I've been on the board starting 14 years. And from day one, we sat on the edge of our seats expecting Richmond to shut y'all down because y'all was out of space
right,
15 years ago.
yeah,
And y'all just kept growing and about to bust the seams down there.
And the nice thing is, we still have, when we do expand, and of course we will eventually have to, we have that additional space to add a couple of individuals as we need
Right.
to do that.
well, I did want our citizens to understand that there was so much different things that went into the purchase of this building and why it was so necessary. And it has allowed a very, I mean, everybody counts their blessings that we never need personally to have the Department of Social Services in our lives. But knowing that you're there for those countyans that are not as fortunate and, there but for the grace of God go I, you just never know. So I'm just really glad to hear that that space has been utilized in such a wonderful way.
It really has, we have a conference room now, and it's a total.
And another, for the morale you were mentioning, is that we get together more often and have lunch and just, kind of be together, which
Yeah.
is very different than what it was before.
Right,
Everyone would be in their offices, so.
that's great news.
I wish that I could put a figure on how many millions of dollars
We say,
us buying
Yes.
this building
indeed,
saved the county. Because we was looking at a new courthouse, new administration building, and a new social services. And I shudder to think how many millions of dollars that would have cost. We couldn't have done it.
Oh, absolutely.
Or there's no way we could have done it.
yeah, right,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
yeah,
what location where you
Yeah.
put it at.
We
And
probably
and the
had,
other thing too, we were able to stay in the same building instead of having to separate,
sure,
which
yeah.
made a huge
Yeah.
difference as well.
definitely,
saved a big move. Because a lot of people don't realize how many confidential files y'all have.
oh my gosh,
Some of them, well, people, and I'm guilty of this, didn't realize the amount of work that social services does for the county.
Yep.
And I mean, I was around social services 30-some years when I was in law enforcement. And I still didn't realize,
Right. Yeah, there's a ton of things that people don't realize, and also, the one nice thing about the filing system is most programs, if they have not already gone, are moving towards electronic filing.
Right.
So we're able to even maximize on that space as well, by being able to purge some of those paper files.
One last question. What do you see as the future? Do you feel like you're going to have increases in many different areas? And, you know, I know it's a crystal ball and I know nobody knows really what tomorrow holds, but how are you planning?
So yes, we have seen an increase, and of course you see it too, it ebbs and flows sometimes, you can see that in the monthly reports that I
Right,
provide
right.
to you. But the complexity of the cases, especially in services that we are encountering, is taking much more time. In addition to that, the Virginia Department of Social Services, they are consistently developing new programs and new mandates that require additional responsibilities and additional functions to take place, which means that it takes more time for those individual cases to be processed. So, even as you look at having this many people and maybe even the same number of cases coming into the building each month, those cases are taking a larger amount of time. Additionally, you know, with benefit programs, again, those ebb and flow, but we have, you know, some months to where we don't see quite as many renewals and applications, and other months there it's off the chart. Then we have on top of that the energy assistance and the local emergency assistance
Right.
program. So just depending on those types of things. So right now, we are very, very busy. We're have full caseloads.
there again, back to my point, you get all these mandates, but no money.
Right.
And they don't realize that small localities like us, where the citizens is our tax base.
Yep.
We can't afford all that stuff.
And believe you me, I make that argument
Yeah.
consistently.
I'm sure you do.
Because the methodology that they use to determine the amount of funding that comes to each individual locality has still not been readjusted. And I've been advocating for that for years since I've been in this position.
Right.
And of course, you know, we're nearing the end of another administration, so I just don't know what's gonna happen with that process.
Gray area for a long time, yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Tell the staff thank you too.
Take care.
Dr. Brandon, we got off course just a little bit, but
I'll get you back on course.
I know
I
you
ain't
have,
worried about that, we got all day.
oh, I know you have a packed agenda and I'm,
Academia thing.
I only take a few of your minutes, but good morning, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, both as the new president at New River Community College and as a partner in the great work that you have been doing for years and years and years. I started January 2nd, and over the past 4 months, and we were counting the other day, I think I've spoken to about 600 faculty, staff, students, community members, political leaders like yourself, for the purpose of just listening and learning about what needs are out there and how New River can better serve our local partners. I also am motivated to do it because I think this job is relational, and once we have seen each other and looked at each other in the eye and shaken hands like we had an opportunity to do this morning, you're more likely to give me a call if you need anything or have ideas or there's any way that we can serve. So I'll give Linda my personal number and then she can give it to you. So if you ever do need anything, I'm just a phone call away, and I hope you will. I hope you'll use that number and take advantage of that and keep the lines of communication open. I do want to talk a little bit about one project we're especially proud of, and that is your leadership and support of the ACE program. It has made a profound difference in the lives of our students. I was looking at the data earlier this week, and since 2017, ACE has opened the doors of education to over 200 students in Floyd County alone. That's 200 individuals who may not have otherwise had a clear pathway forward. And those students have given back, contributing over 20,000 hours of community service to the college and community. That is frankly amazing. This last year, the current crop of students, ACE supported those students to about $50,000 to help those students make that step. And those are sort of the big numbers, the global numbers, but it's really each one of those is an individual story. I had the opportunity to take 3 of our ACE students to Richmond back in January, and they were there talking about the needs of our community and our college and their own life stories. And it was very fascinating. But one of those students, she really has the ACE story, and it resonated up there with the politicians quite a bit. She said she never felt motivated in high school. She never felt sure of where she was going to go. She knew the ACE program was out there, and her parents encouraged her to take advantage of it, even though she didn't really want to go to college and didn't really have a plan for herself after graduation. So because of ACE and her parents sort of pushing, she did the program. She came to New River. She got with some of our career coaches who found her something that she could be passionate about, and that was accounting. And so she is completing the 2-year program in accounting in May. She'll graduate in a month from now. But along the way, she said that she feels more confident in herself, and she's now looking to go to Radford to continue and get a bachelor's degree, so she opens up even more opportunities for herself. And she'll tell you firsthand, if it was not for ACE, she would have never come over to New River Community College. And that's a big deal, because we do know our state numbers tell us more students than ever, more high school graduates than ever are choosing neither to go to college nor enter the workforce. They're choosing nothing. And I think programs like ACE help them choose something, and I think that's the most important thing. The numbers back it up. New River Community College's number back it up, and these are all ripple effects of your investment. Since last year, New River Community College awarded 1,027 degrees and credentials. That's a 30% increase since 2017. The student population's about the same. Since 2017, New River Community College has moved to about the middle of the state community college system in graduation rate, to among the top. We were the top community college in graduation rate last year. Again, I believe that's a ripple effect of the ACE and the supports given their students. An economic development research study, an independent one, found that unlike some of the universities, 81% of our graduates stay in the region. They live and they work right here for the rest of their careers. And they also found that every $1 that's invested in community college returns $2.70 to the local commodities, right? And so I don't think, these are not accidental outcomes. They represent a lot of hard work from our faculty and their staff. We couldn't do it without the support of visionary leaders like yourself who believe in the college and its mission. So I just want to say thank you for that support. As I've gone around, one of the questions I get a lot is, what's coming in the future? What's the vision? Where do we go from here? I think the mission remains the mission. We're here to expand access to programming, to ensure that every student who comes to New River Community College completes what they start, and connect the education to real world opportunities that will improve their economic and personal success. And we continue to work on that every day. So again, thank you for believing in our students, and thank you for believing in the college. Thank you for investing in their future and for standing with us. I am happy to take any questions you might have, but I look forward to working with you more in the future.
Floyd, are you getting from?
Not right now, thank you. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that that ACE program, I think that's one of the better things that we as a board have a part in, and I think it's just wonderful for the community. I could have seen myself in that same situation that the student that you were talking about just didn't really know exactly where she was going. Sarah can tell you, sitting there, we went to school together. But when I was in high school, I told folks, man, I wish that ACE program was there when I was there. I was always better at lunch and PE class than I was.
We all are.
Those are important, those are important.
Well, it was, it was good for social, but it worked out, but the ACE program would have really benefited me. And I'm just glad that we get that as a community for our kids here in Floyd County.
I hope you have a
Thank
chance to hear from some of those students sometimes. Maybe next time I come, I can bring one with me and let them tell their story. But it is, and it resonated in Richmond. And you all may not know this, I know Linda does because she's heard me speak before. But you talk about ripple effects of decisions and things. I'm coming directly from the Richlands area. It's a community college over there called Southwest Virginia Community College. And during my time there, we replicated the ACE program. And now every county in that part of the world, Buchanan, Russell, Tazewell, Dickinson, now has that same opportunity. And it was really just us seeing what you had done and taking that over there. So that's, again, that's sort of the long-term effects of the work that you all have done.
Yeah, that was my question that I asked you that day, was about the ACE program. I sat in on all of the interviews for the next college president that Dr. Brandon was successful in completing and becoming the new NRCC president. I was invited to sit and listen, and one of the questions was about ACE, and he, wasn't even a planted question, but we talked about it, and he talked about how our community's ACE program, which at every chance I get, I do give kudos to Chairman Turman, because back in the day, when he first got on the board, his insistence that Floyd, even before I was elected, his insistence about how important ACE could be to this community was instrumental in moving us forward and continuing our commitment. So I always take the opportunity. I know you don't toot your own horn about it, but he had the vision of how important ACE could be for our community. The one thing that I would like to see, if at all possible, because our entire region is in need of this, would be an EMS type training program that somehow could be worked into, I don't know if it's a standalone or if it becomes part of your, administrative health or your nursing or whatever. That would be something I would love to see.
So you'll be pleased to know then that starting in the fall, we are at the main campus. There's a new EMS lab. It's the stuff is there, it's just all across the floor, so it hasn't been put together yet. But a new EMS lab is being created for students in the fall. And that's gonna be a partnership between New River Community College, Virginia Western, and Central Virginia Community College. The three of us are working together and we'll each have one of these programs in our area.
Excellent.
We have also been talking to Dr. Cromer about the programs that we've had that conversation about. So hopefully we'll have the opportunity both at the main campus through our regular programming and then perhaps also in some way at the high school here in Floyd County for those students.
Yeah, it's so important. I mean, the whole region is,
it's a need.
Floyd sort of led the way in going to a paid staff, but now everybody is realizing that volunteers are just not available to do the work that they did. Plus, our area is growing at a rapid rate just around the entire New River Valley. So that's wonderful news to hear. Again, this was not a planted question.
So we are listening, and that's one thing that we had heard a lot, and so that's the value of that open line of communication, where you let us know what you need and we work to
Yeah, we're
fulfill
even
that.
starting a little cadet program we have in our administrator's report is gonna talk about just this little, just getting students interested in, helping. And it's a wonderful career, very gratifying, and it helps your neighbors, your community, and yourself in many
You
respects.
can get a job anywhere in the state of Virginia.
Yeah, anywhere.
Yeah, it's huge to me.
And that is a very interesting statistic that you brought out, that 81% of folks that go to a community college end up staying in their area,
Yeah.
in our area in particular. That's a really,
And I don't remember the number on the universities, but it was much lower.
yeah,
I mean, for obvious reasons.
well, obviously,
Yeah, they're
I
bringing
mean,
students
somebody
over.
comes in from Nova, they're going back to Nova, whatever, right?
I think yours back
Yeah,
up.
now, I appreciate you giving us an update on the remote learning here at the high school potential. When I've been pushing for that for years insistently, and it's nice to see that it's coming possibly to fruition.
Yeah, we had a good conversation with Dr. Cromer and
Right.
she's got some good visions, that's what I think we'll
Right,
get something
'cause
going.
where I went to junior college, it was the #1 junior college in the state. And they had a remote campus at my high school also. And so that was important because of the distance and our remoteness that opportunity be extended here. So that's been my push.
Access is important.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Not just through the ACE program, but physical access.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I always like to give credit where credit's due, you know, so, I won't mention her name because she told me if I did, she'd probably break my neck. Anyway, one of my neighbors, her daughter was graduating from, New River. And she was over there, she was homeschooled. And she met Angie, I call her Angie, because here's Flincham. And she told her about the ACE program.
Yeah.
And Ms. Cox said, I'm gonna make sure that our supervisor knows about this. So she called me, told me basically what Angie told her. And I said, well, give her my number and I'll, give her, or she can give me a call. That was like on Sunday evening. Monday, I was on the way to Hillsville to pick up some farm supplies. The cell phone rang, and I pulled off side the road, and it was Angie. And she explained it to me right then, and the president at that time wanted me to come by. So I really liked what I heard, so, I brought it back and presented it to the board. And, I had 2 or 3 naysayers, that, it's just another way for them to build up enrollment, and it's another way for the government to increase student loans. And I said, no, y'all not listening, just come to our meetings, sit there and listen to what Ms. Flincham's got to say.
Right.
So, that's history, it caught on. But I went up there one day, just sat in the back, they was having a ACE get-together at school. So I just sat in the back, because I just wanted to see how the students was reacting. And there was a gentleman sitting beside of me, and he looked at me and he punched me and he said, Joe, he said, see that girl sitting up there on the end? And this girl, she was all bubbly, and everything. He said, that's my granddaughter. He said, we're raising her. We cannot afford for her to go to college. She's always wanted to go. Thanks to the ACE program, she's getting into college this year. He said that was the greatest thing that ever happened. I thought if I don't get no more.
That's it. And again, think about the ripple, that
Yeah.
200 students in Floyd County, 1,000 or more students across the region.
Yeah,
I told my son and daughter when they was growing up, I always remember every action has a reaction. You may not see it, but it ripples out there. So you need to think about what you want to do before you do it, which I didn't take that advice myself. It's easy to give.
It's a hard lesson to learn, yeah, it takes time.
yeah,
He went phys ed and lunch, and I kept the principal in the job, so I sort of agree. And college wasn't meant for me. I tried it, and I had other ideas, and so I still live my dream. So
There's a lot of pathways to success in life, but it is important to have a pathway, and this gives a pathway for students.
Right. Well, I always wanted to be in law enforcement. I always wanted to be a farmer. So I'm both. I retired from one, but I'm gun ho on the other. So,
Or a supervisor.
yeah, there you go.
that wasn't in my plan, but some other. So, That was one of them, I said I'd take it for one term, and I'm starting my fourth term, so yeah, so.
Congratulations. Well, thank you again. If I can be of service, please let me know.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to meet you again.
Yes, absolutely.
Safe travels back, you know. Alrighty, where's,
Ahead of schedule
where's
now.
Mark at?
Okay, thank you. Look at that.
Yeah, where's Mark?
Go get Mark. Go get Mark. Or you wanna let Miss Sarah go? See, she's here. It's up to you if you wanna get Mark or you wanna have Miss Sarah go.
We can go ahead and let Sarah and them,
Oh, okay. Apparently we need to do Mark first. If that's all right.
what do y'all want to do? Okay, alright.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may looking for something to do, so we'll get him in here. So,
Yeah, get them in and out. I got inspections.
Good morning.
Morning.
we figured you didn't have nothing to do, so we're just gonna aggravate you for a while.
You're up. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Rubbing his hair.
See, done rubbed all his hair off, getting worse than me.
Alright. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Alright, I guess first on the list is the boiler at EMS. Or whichever one you wanna pull it first, I'll follow you. Let's go and
Yeah,
swing
this stuff just went in this morning.
I'm sorry.
This stuff just got in this morning.
I still can't see any of them.
There you go, alright. Okay, looking at station one that y'all have inherited. This thing has got roughly 9,024 square feet. And it's kind of broke up there on the tax map. What we got, 1714 is actually the living quarters. The 120 is more, the 1260, excuse me, is also living quarters. That's where they kind of stage out, got an office and the TV room.
It's on the left side of the building,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am,
Closest to 221.
correct.
Okay.
And then 3,410 square feet is the garage, and then the 2,640 is the basement, is my understanding.
Okay.
So we have a lot of space. We got an old boiler. That boiler's older than I am, I do believe. And, you know, efficiency on boilers and heaters have changed since the 1960s. We'd like permission to do a study, maybe looking at getting new heat system, maybe cutting the space down, what we need to have to use. And then the other space, kind of blocking it off, maybe building a partition wall or something. And then maybe address that later if we need to, but at this time, just look at what we need to keep warm and heated. May look at relocating some water lines or just heating the unused space at a temperature like 40 degrees or something. Kind of save injury and use your money wisely.
Right.
Any questions or concerns on that?
So basically, the two living quarters.
Yes,
Heat those,
heat those.
garage,
Well, they tell me that the garage where the trucks are stored, that we need to keep on hand, need to be at a temperature around 65 degrees.
Right.
So they're warm when they crank and when they throw somebody in the back and keep our drugs at a warm
Correct.
temperature.
right,
Some of that's over my education, something I have to learn a little more, discuss with Kevin and Dustin
that's,
about,
right.
so.
If I remember right, they used to have a real problem with frozen pipes down there, so this may help with that, won't it?
Hopefully,
Yeah.
so, it'd be,
Well, this is the time of year to get something like this done.
okay. All right, the next one you gonna pull up?
Well,
So
Okay.
if I might, Mark, just a second, so just to clarify, so can you help us with what your instruction is to Mark and I? So are you okay with him moving forward with doing a study
And research,
and
please, do-
research it?
to save us some money, be more efficient,
study,
absolutely,
research, and then prepare
for a
an
proposal.
RFP, I would assume. Wouldn't that be what you're looking at doing?
Yeah, we'll make a plan and bring it back to you, and then with your approval, we'll put things out for bid.
Please,
Probably mini splits, some type of heat pump instead of a propane system.
Absolutely.
Or it may be a little bit of mixture of
Combination.
both, combination.
Combination of both, since we will be getting generators for the EMS stations, so that would be good.
This was marked as an action item, but me and Jerry last night went over these action items. He said he was comfortable with any of them, that if we move forward on them. He didn't have no heartburn with any of them, so,
Would you like a motion, or?
yeah, do we need a motion? Yeah,
I
it's
think that
action
would be
items, so let's go
helpful,
ahead and
would
vote
that
on
be
it, yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to give Mr. Bolt and Dr. Millsaps the necessary go ahead to develop a plan and work towards an RFP bid package for the EMS boiler at station, to replace the EMS boiler at Station 1.
Thank you.
I'll
You're welcome.
second.
Motion and second, call roll.
All right, thank you all. On the motion to approve Mr. Bolt and myself to move forward with a study and develop a plan for an RFP that we would bring back to you all to replace the boiler at EMS Station 1 with something else yet to be determined. If that's accurately captures what you said, then Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Add one more thing to that. As soon as the need for heat is over, say
Conditioning.
about 1st of May,
We'll need air conditioning.
yeah, but the boiler uses that fluid, it's kind of leaning more and more away from the wall. Can we have that jerked down before it falls and,
On a parked car,
I'm sorry.
on a parked car.
Well,
Preventive
No, it's on the
maintenance.
back of the building, right?
yeah, it's on the back, it's in the grass area.
Yeah, right.
What is it?
It's a brick flue that's pulling away from the structure.
Will you be able to get the replacement in heating system before winter?
I hope so.
Because if we remove the flue,
If not, we'll stick a pipe out
okay,
and let it go with that.
okay. long
Because,
as
I
it-
mean, this thing is, I think we had pictures for you back in the fall.
Yeah.
And that thing's moved twice that measurement since then.
What is the air conditioning system for the living quarters?
It's a HVAC unit, it's a heat pump.
Okay,
Living quarters it has a heat pump system.
okay,
The rest of it's boiler and,
gotcha, okay. How old is the heat pump system on the living quarters, do you know?
I do not know, I say as long as that addition's been built, and that was built before I got here, so that's over 15 years.
Yeah, so it's reaching the end of its lifespan, okay,
Thank you.
alright.
All right, what you got next, Danny? I gotta get out of here.
Well, that's why we got you in early.
I appreciate it. Okay, the box truck, I know y'all give us approval to buy one, but I also wanna show you the best two options I have.
Okay.
And, got one question for you. We have a box truck here, a 2022. It's a Ford 350. It's got everything we're looking for. It's got 56,859 mile, priced at $37,150. But the only questionable thing on it, the box is fiberglass. It's run for that long, and they're replacing the window in it. The rear tires, I have not seen it. I sent the driver out there to check it out. He likes it. I don't think he's worried about if going down the road and the driver's not paying attention, hits a limb on the side of the truck, it could bust that fiberglass. Okay, next picture is the Basinski truck. It is a Isuzu, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, Zuzu.
Oh, with this one here, I do apologize. Let me find my paper.
Is that the E350?
That was the Ford.
That's the paper I couldn't find. Anyway, there it is. There's a picture of it.
That's pretty.
So they're both
Scroll on
Fords.
down some more, please. That's all, it's gas, six speed, keep on going, please.
22.
Alright, got a radio, needs rear tires. Next picture, there should be another picture there somewhere. Anyway, this comes with a warranty of to 60,000 mile.
Wait a minute, don't X out.
That's all I got, okay, it should be the next picture, next email.
Wait a minute, can I see the middle page again?
There you go.
Cause this isn't in our,
It is now,
it is now,
yeah, put in this morning.
what is it under?
It's not,
Huh?
it's down here at the bottom of our just regular agenda.
Oh, okay, hold on.
There's a Duncan box truck and then underneath Ford E50.
So they're both Fords
No, the other one's a
and a
Chevrolet.
Zuzu?
It's a Zuzu,
No, it's a Zuzu.
by
is-
GMC.
The first one's an Isuzu, the second one is a Ford.
Yeah. And the Zuzu has a metal box.
Yes, it's a metal box.
The Isuzu is a metal box, not fiberglass. The
Right.
Ford is the fiberglass.
Ford is fiberglass.
And how many miles is on the Isuzu?
Zuzu is,
6,000.
I think it was 44,000.
44,000?
No, this is
That's
a
the Ford.
Ford. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I don't have it.
Let me see if I.
well, the man sending all this stuff ain't too sharp on computers.
If the information's right at the fingertip on the screen.
I think it's 44,000 mile,
Right?
or maybe $44,000, 34,000 mile. But to get it delivered, it's in Indiana, Chicago, Indiana. It $1,600 to have it delivered.
Do we have a max?
If you
on
get
how
it,
much
it's
sand we're gonna-
Max was set
That's
for
what I was thinking, it was 65.
$65,000.
For the box truck.
On the fiberglass, how much would it cost if you swapped that off for a metal one?
I had
Same
no
thing
idea,
the truck
Joe.
was.
I think the fiberglass be fine.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty tough material, you take a boat down the river and,
Yeah, you're right. That's what it's-
you hit a log
I
or
know.
a stick of wood.
So, but we're talking 12,000, so on the Isuzu, what is the mileage on the Isuzu?
Can I come right back?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. He's got it on his desk.
I'm like Mark,
We
you
can go
know,
back in time.
Cause 12,000 mile difference, I mean, with the kind of miles we put on this county.
I was thinking it's like 50-some thousand.
Well, that was the F-350. Yeah, your fix or repair daily vehicle.
Wow.
First on race day.
Not, well, I don't know, has it been lately?
First toad.
Denny Hamlin.
231.
I know, you want me to? Yeah, I got a bunch of miles on my Suburbans.
My Ford that just blowed up.
I'm a Chevy person,
300.
always have been, always will.
My Ford that just blowed up had 392,000 miles.
Your Isuzu is 32,490 miles.
Wow.
And cost is $44,000.
Any warranty on it?
Warranty on it is, once you do take possession of Brzezinski, you will have 15-day notification period to make sure that the truck meets the standards we promised it would be delivered in. Anyway, they go through the truck before they send it.
Taillight guarantee. They can see your taillights, there's no
Yeah.
guarantee.
Right. And they'll break it down for 1,600, we can catch a plane, fly to Chicago and get a taxi to Goober and go get her and fill her up and head south.
What's your preference on that?
I'm sorry.
What would you prefer on, which one would you recommend?
I recommend the Ford. I mean, I'm more of a Chevy man, but I like Fords. It's close and
Even with the difference in mileage? We're talking about 24,000 miles.
yeah, but it's a year newer. It's a 22 and the Zuzu's 21.
Okay. Okay.
And I agree with you on that fiberglass. I just thought maybe, you know, if anybody had heartburn, maybe see what a metal box for it was, but I'd say it'd be about as much as a truck is right now, so.
It probably would. Then, you know, fiberglass, you can take some more fiberglass, put it on top of it, keep going. Plus, it's got a door you can come in from the cab.
Right.
Well, a lot of your cars out here on the road right now is fiberglass, so your high dollar cars are fiberglass.
It'd be nice to support local.
Are those,
Okay.
are those some of the same models, that Ford, some of the same models that the, rescue would have them on them trucks?
I doubt it. That's a,
I mean, you know, I know not the box truck, but like the actual motor.
Right.
7.3 V8.
I say it's pretty close to being a match on that, on the cab part.
Have those held up good,
Yes, sir.
that Fords?
I'd like for it to be a diesel, but that gasoline worked,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, well, you know what kind of trouble we have
oh,
with
yeah.
the diesel engines, so,
Mm-hmm.
with the trash trucks. All right, we good on that? All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
See if they'll throw you in some new rear tires.
I'll see if I can get them.
Yeah.
I say, the truck is sold as long as you put me new tires on the back.
There you go.
Price,
Then
yeah.
we'll,
And a
then we'll,
full tank of gas.
Yeah.
Now that's asking for a lot.
Thank you.
No, full tank of gas out Dunkin'.
and then we'll chew and spit and fight.
Right.
Okay, next one is the generator.
Yeah.
Mark Lancaster, how do you pronounce his last name? Works for Clark Gas and Oil. Called me up a couple weeks ago and said, hey, Mark, said, you know anybody needs a generator? I said, I got one. Said we had the customer said he's done with it, didn't need no more on the gas tank moved, generator and all took out. So they cut the wire off the generator instead of going inside, taking the four nuts loose. But anyway, $8,000. It comes with 500-gallon tank, 50%, it's actually about 45% of propane in the tank. 50 foot of electrical line. It's got the transformer switch, 18 kilowatts, just 200 amp service. Just bring it before you, see if you wanna buy it, and maybe put it at the transfer station. We have a generator up on the hill, takes care of the dog pound and the garage, but the transfer station, recycling building, all that, when we're out of power, we're just out of power.
And then we have to close.
Well, as long as we got good daylight, we're all right. I mean, the bathroom, the waterworks downstairs, just ain't got no lights. Everything is used by equipment to load the trucks and so forth like
Right.
that. So,
I think this is a really good deal, especially with the propane tank and some propane in it.
I think it is. I've been trying to get in touch with Mark this morning, but, yesterday I talked to him yesterday morning, said, Mark, I gotta go to the hospital, take my hot wife down to Greensboro to the hospital. I don't know what the case may be. It may have been a visit, it may be a business one, I don't know, but I have not got a return call. I was trying to find the hours on the unit,
Right.
but to my understanding, best memory, which is not the best, is I think the customer only had it for a couple of years.
Mr. Chairman?
Mayor, I just wanna throw this out there as maybe part of the consideration of decision. The FEMA applications that we'll visit, that Ladina completed, we actually had to remove the transfer station as one of the options due to the threshold.
Right.
So that is not in any of the future plans with regards to the FEMA applications. So I just wanted to, again, throw that out there as an opportunity to consider because of that.
And there's nothing else down at the transfer station that runs on propane at this time,
Oh, yeah.
or is there?
Yes, there's two heaters in the recycling
Okay, that run on propane,
propane.
okay.
Do you need a motion to move ahead with this?
Yes.
I'd like to authorize staff to purchase with appropriate signatures this generator from Clark and the propane from Clark?
Gas and oil, yeah.
From Clark Gas and Oil
Or what funds?
I think, yeah,
Oh.
that's the question.
through contingency, is that where it comes from?
Yeah, I guess so, or general fund,
General
general
fund,
fund, yeah,
From the general funds.
maybe transfer station budget, if you have it, no?
I don't know. I just spend my, I don't look at it.
He doesn't balance, he just writes the checks.
If it's okay, we'll go
General
through
fund.
general funds, and then if we find that we're in a conundrum towards the end when we do the, and that's a difference, maybe we can revisit so we can balance them out.
That sounds good,
Is that,
Please do
is
that.
that okay?
yes, wonderful.
I'll second.
Motion is second, no further discussion, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to purchase, the used generator for the transfer station from Clark Gas and Oil for the amount listed, and that the funds to pay it should, first choice would be the general fund, maybe revisited if needed, but that's the intention. Ms. Bechtel,
Yes,
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookamook,
Yes,
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
please thank Mr. Lancaster for thinking of us.
I will.
That was very, very nice of him to do. Perhaps he watches our meetings?
I'm sorry.
I said perhaps he watches our meetings and the talk about generators?
Maybe it does.
Maybe he does. Somebody does.
I feel much better about making this generator purchase with all the hard work you've been doing to save us money and increase revenue on recycling, and your due diligence is really appreciated.
Well, I do a little bit, but I get a lot of good help.
Yes, but you and
These
your
ladies here, and Jenny, and people at the transfer station, and well, the whole crew, even Danny, he,
Danny's helpful.
when I walk in his office, just shakes his head and says, what have you done now to the computer? Still need your help on something else, but we'll catch it maybe tomorrow, next day. I guess, I don't know the better word to say, but I am kind of proud of the movements we are doing with the recycling. Sad thing is, we have moved the green boxes from Christiansburg Pike and Needmore because of their trouble.
Right.
And today or tomorrow, most likely, we'll be removing boxes again from Bethlehem, Thunder Ridge Road, and Deer Run because of
Ball's
our,
Mill,
I'm sorry.
and Ball's Mill, y'all done moved them.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, We have dropped the services with Franklin Container of cardboards and metals. We're now taking the metal, white goods, fridge HVACs, aluminum, cardboard to New River Cycling, Mr. Bobby Phillips, owner. We are getting 12 cents a pound on the steel. From Franklin Container, we're getting 8. Aluminum, we're getting 75 cents. And I do not know exactly what was getting from Franklin, but it was less on a pound. But we're not getting anything out of the cardboard. Franklin Container was giving us money on the cardboard, wasn't a whole lot. But they was charging us $170 for
Entry.
coming, getting it and taking it and bringing it back. So, nothing against the people, but I think in the best interest of the county. We're now hauling it all to Radford. And as of last month, which I think we only started sometime late in the second week of the month. So just on metals alone, we should be getting a check in the mail for $2,629.92.
Nice.
Now, the cardboard, we wasn't making no money off it anyway, so we're hauling it there, getting rid of it, getting the tonnage for our recycling year out.
Right, percentage.
The credit.
Yes, the credits. So.
And saving an expense of having Franklin.
Yes. So, once we get the new trash truck, we'll probably use it to run the cardboard, just as longer distance.
Yeah.
We are still using the 211s at the present, since we spent so much money getting the transmissions all rebuilt, replaced in them. And as they start getting worse, we'll just park one and steal from Peter to pay Paul until it falls out, and then we'll start again. Any questions or comments on that?
Where was Franklin Container located?
Somewhere down in Franklin County.
And where is New River Recycling located?
It's, you go to 81, head to the hospital, get off the exit there. Instead of turning left, you turn right, and it's a mile or two down the road somewhere.
Oh, on Tyler Avenue?
I'm sorry?
On Tyler Avenue? Yes, that's the name of the road.
Okay.
Really?
There's a sign.
Rock,
Oh, okay, down further,
It is.
okay. Yeah, but you come down Tyler, yeah,
Plum Creekish, Rock,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the building. Okay, great.
Anyway, we're gonna try to keep our ears and eyes open throughout the years and see if we can find anything that pays a little bit better, but as of right now, the research we've done, this is the best deal we've got. EMI down at Bassett, we're still taking, baled plastic and cardboards there. They have offered to pay us $20 a ton on cardboard, but we won't even break even going that far.
Right,
So, hopefully somewhere down the road, maybe the cardboard will pick back up. I mean, years ago, it was $60 a ton, but
yeah.
I don't know, economics, government, whatever. So with that, also, Mr. Sherrill and I walked the property last week with, I forgot to put Mike Short's name in there, about grading opportunities and placement of the Tipton House, adding parking space for 8 road trailers. Also enlarging the space for the tires. We get a lot of tires.
We go through a lot of tires in this county.
It is, and last week we hauled off two road tractors loads of tires. We still got tires left. And they're going to West Virginia. We're paying a some fee, a tonnage to take them there. We're also doing a study for a tire recycling center that's in Concord, North Carolina. Mr. Rick Payne, been off the phone, emailed back and forth to him. The regular car tires is cheaper to haul, to have him haul them down to Concord in the West Virginia, but he's got a higher price on truck tires, equipment tires, tractor tires, road tractors. skid steers, all like that. It's a little higher price, but they had the time to get with Miss Jenny to help me figure out
Apples to apples.
apples to apples.
Right.
But, that's in the work, but back at the grading, y'all have talked, I wasn't here for that meeting, I did send you paperwork, and the cost and expense. The landfill, recycled, is costing the county, and y'all have took a step forward, and I appreciate that. The tipping house, I've got some plans drawn, getting some window sizes, hope to get that out for bid, get you a more accurate bid. Looking to place it on when you come down the road, instead of going to the left, you go to the right, you cross the scales, tipping house will be on the left. We've got to do some grading for that, cut the hillside out for sight distance. Then you'll drive around, get rid of your load, come back across the scales, and out the gate you go.
Gotcha.
But Jimmy tries his best to have 7. And lately he's been able to keep 8 empty trailers on site. Well, it's nothing real unusual to load at least 7 on Monday, because we have Sunday's trash and Monday's coming in. So to make all this work, we're going to have to grade the area to park all these trailers.
And these are Thompson's trailers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So we're looking down below that site, the green area, not on the old landfill.
Right.
So grade it out, make a level spot, put a concrete pad 3 foot by, I don't know, 120 feet wide. That way they could drop they call them dogs. Anyway, on that concrete,
Right.
unhook, rehook. But we're gonna need to get some dirt so we can seal dirt out of the bank up there for the tipping house.
There you go.
And then also maybe try to grade out back towards the garage area. Get more dirt there and make a better area for tire storage. And make some more room for growth. I'm looking to make a spot for 10 of these road trailers instead of 8. And so Mike Short's looked at that, we talked to him about it, and Cheryl, because Cheryl knows where all the rock are. Hopefully we'll find places where there ain't no rock and have enough soil to make this work. So there's gonna be some extra pipe to be laid, ditches recut, and I'll try to someday get started on a plan to send into the DEQ to get their approval. I've already moved the tire pile, but they might come back and fuss at me, I don't know, but anyway. Life's life, and
Life's life.
I guess that's about it. Still looking for properties for green box sites. And we're gonna need them, the buyers keep coming, and
Yeah.
I talked to the game warden, he come up here last week wanting information about building a garage, and I said, well, can you give me a kill permit? He wouldn't budge off of it, so.
Yeah, I got a video right off the bat down there at Bones Mill. I mean, Saturday night it was clean, Sunday it looked like every bear in the country had a picnic there already.
Teddy bear picnic.
He brought his family with him and, just.
If there's any woods close by, they love to come in, if you got open land, it's like they're across from Wells, I might be shooting myself in the foot this morning.
Don't say it, don't say it.
But like Indian Valley, it's all that open field. They turn from that. So, any questions, comments, concerns? Yes, ma'am.
How has Franklin Pike held up? What's been the general consensus? Everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing? Citizens treating it right?
I've got no complaints. We've had the electrical wire broke
Okay.
once. We've had
How did it break? Do we know?
we don't know.
Was it cut?
It looked that way, but it's pretty good tension.
Right.
I'm thinking a bird might try to climb it.
Really?
That's my
Right?
2 cents worth. It broke, and a week later, one of the brackets was broke. But since then, there's been no trouble. We did have cameras out there and y'all know the story about that, but,
What do you mean?
We're waiting.
well,
We don't want
Okay,
We have some of the equipment.
right, okay.
okay, but Danny's working hard on that and doing a great job with it. But, no, I mean, everybody I've talked to.
Yeah.
They think it's the best thing since sliced bread.
Yep, that's all of my comments, I just wanted to hear it from you.
Yeah, and, I'm proud of it. The architect ain't too sharp, but I'm proud of it. So,
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Rats, I forgot something. The plan,
Yes,
TCR, TRC, whoever
the
it is.
TRC.
Oh, rats. Anyway,
I was wondering, I don't know, I can't do it for the liability, but like down there at Franklin Pike, if they were trying to climb that fence, if on 3 sides, you could get one of them 30-mile solar fence chargers. Put you a couple wires, one midway, one on top. Make sure you put up enough signage so people don't do. That's it.
I think what we got's pretty hot.
Okay, all right.
Cause one of them boys accidentally reached over and touched the other feller,
Oh, okay.
and he jumped very quick and
I
very
wasn't aware
high.
of that, so, okay.
You know how's
All
curly
right.
hair.
One step ahead of me on that one.
Yeah. But, no, it's working great. We've only had one person get stuck in there one night. and,
Right, that was right at the beginning, right?
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
a sign there now, so,
Yeah.
pull up the gate slowly and the gate will
Yeah.
open.
I can forward
Yeah, I
this to
remember.
Danny and he can pull it up if you want.
All due respect to them, I've probably done the same thing.
But but yeah, I mean, people like it, I mean, you don't have, the drivers ain't sending me no bad pictures about that.
Right,
So we got, I mean, we're adding another cardboard box somewhere, I can't remember where it's at. It may be, no, we're gonna add it down here off of Route 8. And when you stop there, do not look over the bank. I mean, the birds, but only thing I think is put a fence around 3 sides of it, but I don't know if that'll work or not. I mean, we can try it. But this here is from TRC.
gotcha.
This is the Willis site. My apologies, I'm not perfect. Talked about the roll-offs and drivers told me I was stupid. And said you can't get as much trash in them. You need the compactors. Well, compactors cost
Yeah, a lot
more
of
than
money.
the truck does. So I went back to him and said, give me a section for 30 green boxes and three recycle bins. Now, my thought is, it's just my thought, y'all the boss, is we start with these recycling centers, using our dumpsters, and use roll-off containers for recycle. They come in 2 or 3 bins. You got a bin for plastic, for cans, aluminum, or however you wanna do it.
Right,
So, if we take Vaughn's Mill, Buffalo Mountain, Willis School,
consolidated,
and probably Topeka, I think that's the area, you're gonna have 20 boxes.
right,
So 10 more boxes for growth. I think they've done a pretty good layout. May I step behind y'all? Okay. There's another thing showing the grade.
Or the cemeteries.
There's gonna be some cut, and this thing's gonna be a little steep here. But, you got your settlement pond,
right,
and you got an in and out. There'll be a turning lane, VDOT's gonna require a turning lane to come in there to it. But I think it's pretty good layout, but this is what we got to show to you.
good,
And they're asking y'all's approval to proceed with an actual plan, grade plan, and for erosion settlement.
This is the one that in my road.
Yep. This
I've
is
been
your,
watching that.
this is your third kid. This is your third kid.
Okay.
Meaning it's your baby.
Yeah, don't look to me like there's a great amount of grading up there, is it just going in?
Danny, can you scroll down? Is there another?
Yeah, it seemed like when I went by
One
just
more,
this
please.
past weekend,
It's
there's a
just that-
little
It
up.
is, yeah,
Yeah.
it is a little
That's
steep.
all you got? Okay, this is the grade from GIS.
Okay,
There's another camera. We are at $25, $80, $90, $60, $10.
right. But what's it at the road?
At the road, you're at $25, $80. At this point, it goes to $25, $70. So you
Okay.
got fall going down here. Danny, you're playing with me. Sorry.
Making it easier for you to read.
Don't make me fall, don't make me fall over. But the grade they start cutting back here, and you got some grades here. There's about, I wanna say 30-foot difference grade from here to down here. There's not a lot of cutting, and that'll probably be some fill. But they'll get more excited with it. What they'll do, they'll send a surveyor here and shoot a grid every 10 feet and double check the measurements and then go from that. And then, work that in for the grade and then start doing the erosion sediment plan. Looks like it's gonna be over acre, so there's probably a stormwater plan to go with it.
How much of a buffer are they leaving on the outside?
I'm gonna say about 40 feet.
Good, as much as possible.
It's,
Good.
I was up there 2 weeks ago, and you can't see the clearing from the roadway yet.
You can now.
You can now?
Yeah, you can see a lot. I
Okay.
think they're pretty well
Cause I
done.
look at it every day
Okay.
I pass there.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, I was up there when the loggers were up
Cause it
there.
was surprising how many loads of logs they
Yeah.
brought out there.
And once you got up on the hill,
Right,
Right,
back over in this area, man, they was pretty temperate.
yeah.
I mean, it's scattered, but I mean, it was pretty temperate. It wasn't no
Yeah,
shags.
yeah.
So, so we'll have sound effects from peepers on that storm pond. Probably. Peepers will find it.
That
Yeah,
whole
they'll
creek's
find it.
full of peepers.
Yeah.
They
Be nice
beefing
sound.
me every day.
Yeah, nice sound effect.
In a couple of years, we go froggy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's a few bullfrogs on there.
And tree frogs are coming into this county more and more, so.
Yeah, I'm getting antsy.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm getting impatient.
So is this an action item, Mr. Chairman?
No,
I don't even think it's
Well,
listed.
we
Yes.
missed
Oh,
it,
yeah.
so yes, if you wouldn't mind adding it, so apologies that we didn't.
All right,
This one.
I'll make that motion to approve that TRC Engineers Incorporated come up with more detailed plans for our convenience center located on Route 221. Is that all you need?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Do you need anything about erosion sediment in there? You mentioned
Well,
it already, or
Yeah,
is that
I mean,
okay?
to
Complete plans,
Okay,
do a complete plan of erosion sediment,
sediment
grade,
grading, yeah,
and,
all the engineering work needed.
yes,
How's that?
I see you're gonna.
Appreciate it.
Sediment pond, ENS, stormwater, grade plan. Do y'all want a light plan on it? Just putting lights, location,
we need to.
yeah.
and then we could get we could do a contract out for electrician, and they can figure out how to run it and do all that.
Well, if that
All of that.
40-foot buffer, that will cut down a lot of erosion as far as the Meyer Fort
Backside.
and the road, right? So,
Yes, do y'all want to add, what do you call it, you plant trees? Or
planting
bushes?
trees.
Landscaping.
Landscaping, thank you.
Landscaping.
Do you want a landscape or do you want me to just shoot it off the hip with,
Shoot off the hip.
alright.
Yeah, we don't need landscape plans right now.
Yeah,
Because
we'll
I
get
don't
one of the
think
local
people's gonna
companies,
be-
say, hey, want something that don't grow too tall, gets bushy and kills noise and hides the beauty of the green box.
I feel like a 40-foot buffer up there, I believe that in elevation, it's not gonna be that visible.
I don't think it is.
Nope,
Okay,
alright,
I've placed those pictures, under 8.
So I got a motion and a second. Did I?
I don't know who the second was.
I'll second.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Chairman, if you let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, on the motion to approve TRC Engineering to move forward with more complete and detailed plans to include but not limited to erosion sediment control, stormwater, grade, and lights. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
All right, great. Thank you all very much.
I figured I'd get a lot of pushback up there, but a lot of people were looking forward.
oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
anything else?
Pedal to the metal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
All right. Yes, sir. You ready?
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you guys doing?
We got a
Good.
PowerPoint for you.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I do.
Thank you guys for letting me come here this morning and just give you a little update about our office and what upcoming things that we have going on. If you go to the next slide. Oh, I have a clicker.
Yeah.
We're fancy.
Ooh, and even, yeah. All right. I met with Paul Kitchen, our board, with Dr. Millsaps and Mark Bolt, about the proposed space, when we move. That space, the proposed space, looks like it has great potential for us. It's kind of like a blank canvas right now. We were given some kind of proposed, plans of what the space would look like. So I think the potential space could work very well for us, as long as we can have like an input on how our office can use the space and kind of design it. So I'm not excited about moving, but
You still get a window.
I'm happy with the space. I think the space will work very well for us. And then the early voting potential space, I think that could work really great. It's very similar to the auxiliary courtroom and at the courthouse right now. So it's kind of long and narrow with a few modifications. I think that could work great for our voters. One of my biggest concerns with the space though is also going to be the ADA compliance, which I gave Mr. Bolt and Dr. Millsaps our checklist that we have to go by with the Department of Elections. So. And it does have windows and it lets in great light, so that's good. I've been working on the locality elections security standards. That has been an experience. I know you guys are familiar with the LESS standards, and we kind of had to start from scratch because our network is now separated from the county. So that was a learning experience. We had 3 deadlines, March, April, and May. I've completed the checklist, the remediation plan, and I've already submitted the acknowledgement, so we're ahead of schedule on all of that. And we ended up, I worked with David in our office, and I had to work with Danny to get some information from him so we could complete that. But overall, I think we were in 90% compliance with the new network, so pretty pleased with that.
Very good.
It was a learning experience. I learned a lot about IT. Budget, as you guys know, Dr. Millsaps and Kim Cheeto, I've went through our budget. I've been learning Munis. I have educated myself. Munis works well for me so far. I'm used to using Munis in Rapid City from where I came from. So I've been going through our budget and planning for this next fiscal year whenever you guys give us the
Maybe this week.
go. Oh, yay!
Yeah, you get a current expenditure and you get your template.
Fantastic. I did put in here the VVSG 2.0. I just wanted to add this in here just real quick. Just to mention that the VVSG 2.0, I'm learning a lot about this as well. This is the standards, the security standards that our equipment will have to go to at some point. Right now, everybody is on 1.0, and from what I just heard at my first conference that I just got back from, it looks like I think 2028, 2029 might be the deadline, but it's kind of iffy, like nobody's really said of like when we're gonna have to switch over.
Is that state or federal?
State.
Okay.
Well, I guess it could
It's
be
federal.
federal, yeah,
Federal
It's federal.
through the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the state will give us, they'll give us, I guess, I'm not 100% familiar with how it works because I've not went through this process before, but it sounds like in the past, they've been given like a deadline where everybody has to upgrade their equipment to the new standards. But it does sound like maybe in the past that it's been like a hard deadline and it's been real quick. So I'm not sure what that looks like. But right now it looks like 2028, 2029. So I wanted to give that to you guys, that information, because that is a big expense when we have to upgrade all
The
of
voting
our
machines?
voting machines. Yes. Yes. And that's a requirement that we don't really have much say in. I did see something yesterday, it looks like our voting equipment was purchased maybe in 2016. So it is coming up on 10 years as well, but I wouldn't wanna purchase any new voting equipment until we go to the new standard. So I'd wanna like make it last until at least the new standard, so. I also mentioned this too, because the 2.0 standard is also mentioned in the recent executive order from President Trump, and so that timeline could be expedited a little bit, but Mr. Kitchen's gonna talk about the executive order in a few minutes. As of right now, the state has said, doesn't impact us right now. They will let us know when any changes or that we need to change any processes in our office. So right now, we're just waiting for the state to give us more information. So, but I just wanted to give y'all a heads up. As far as budgeting, that's something we need to think about in the next couple of years for equipment. All right. These are current registration numbers as of March 31st, so the end of last month. Our numbers don't fluctuate a whole lot. These are our active and inactive registrants in each precinct. So we have a little over 12,000 registered voters in Floyd. If anybody, the inactive column, if anybody has any questions about that, inactive just means that there's been some information to the Department of Elections that your address has possibly changed. And they send you a letter, and if you haven't responded to that, to so many letters, then you get moved to the inactive status. It doesn't mean that you can't vote. If you show up at the polls and you're marked as inactive, we just ask you a couple more questions to make sure that you're still eligible, and then you can proceed. So as you can see, we don't really have a high number of inactive voters in Floyd, but that is what the current numbers. If anybody is curious about their status, if they are inactive before they show up at the polls, you can actually go on the Virginia Department of Elections website and you can check your registration, you can check your voter history, you can find a lot of information there. Or you can come to the office, I'd be happy to help you.
Surprised me that Locust Grove and Birch Fork's got the.
Yeah.
We're more patriotic.
I'll have to look and see what the turnout was, who's got the highest turnout.
Turnout is.
Indian Valley has pretty high turnout. I'm pretty partial to Indian Valley. Some local elections coming up this year. We have 2 board of supervisors, 2 school board, and a mayor and 2 councilmen. That'll be on the ballot in the fall. Also state governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, House of Delegates. These are also offices that will be on the ballot. We do have a June 17th primary. I can't give you a whole lot of information about that. That's gonna be coming out from the Department of Elections probably the end of this week. So early voting will start May 2nd. We are gonna use the auxiliary courtroom again. It worked really well in November, super appreciative of that space. It worked great, and I think we've got it all worked out to be able to use it again for June and for November. So we've been answering a lot of questions about processing candidates and just candidate questions in general. We have a lot of things going on between early voting, when early voting starts, and the June 17th primary. The LAT, which is the logic and accuracy testing on all of our machines. So we test all those machines before every election. And we have to train all of our officers of elections. We have ballot proofing, we have to get the ballots and order all of that. So there's a lot of things that'll be speeding up next week. Starting next week, we'll have a lot going on. I also wanted to mention Election Appreciation Day. This was passed in Richmond just recently. It will be the Tuesday following the election in November. So I just wanted to give you guys this date because I have some ideas of how I'd like to recognize our officers of election. They do long days. It's very tedious work. They do get paid a little bit of money, but it's a long day, and they got to get it right. So everybody's looking at the elections, and so we want to recognize them for the hard work that they do. So that's coming up. That's new actually this year. And then National Poll Worker Recruitment Day. This was August of last year, so I anticipate that it'll be August of this year. I'm trying to brainstorm ideas of how we can recruit more officers of election. We have a really good pool of officers of elections. I'm really pleased with that. But sometimes life happens. Some of our officers of election would like to retire and move on. So we're always looking to recruit anybody that's interested in being a poll worker. We're happy to answer any of those questions and get them trained. So we're also looking at doing more community outreach this summer and working with the schools to make sure that the seniors, are getting registered. Last year, the office, they participated in the 4th of July and they participated in the town, I think it was Thursday night concert series at the park. And they did like a little election for kids where they got to vote on their favorite cartoon character, and which brought in their parents, which then they asked a lot of questions about potentially becoming officers of election. So just being creative and trying to think of ways to engage with the community and make sure that they have the information about elections. So that's cool. Yeah. So now I'm gonna let Mr. Kitchen,
Thank you.
he gets to click.
All right, thank you.
Or do you want me to click?
No, I can click, I think. All right. So thank you, Sarah. That's kind of the local update. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about something statewide and then something nationally that we're all anticipating that we're gonna have to deal with. This first thing I am particularly proud of because I was directly involved in writing this ethical principles and code of conduct. It's something that didn't exist in Virginia for professional election workers for more than 50 years. So I'm so delighted that we've actually been able to do this. And so as you know, there's a lot of dedicated officials throughout the country. And they work really hard to ensure fairness, accuracy, accessibility, and security. And for most officials, kind of ethical standards was based on your personal ethical convictions and your commitment to abide by the law and honor your oath of office. So it was great that we were able to unify this conduct code. And it has some real benefits for us. It provides a shared vocabulary so that we can communicate the moral basis for election conduct to our voters. It aids in training new officials by reinforcing the broader purpose of election administration as a profession. And it helps to internalize those values that guide officials when facing external pressures and unclear election law. And the very first item is adherence to the law. And that is what all of our standards are rooted in, is first and foremost making sure that we adhere to the law. And then the eighth one at the bottom is to advance professional excellence, to continue to learn and to continue to do a good job. So these 8 standards are now codified within the Virginia Electoral Board Association's bylaws, which I also authored. Been really busy with our statewide association. Our membership's rights and responsibilities now specifically say that they will comply with this set of ethical principles and code of conduct. And so what we're doing now is it's being publicized. These are being put up in all of our offices of elections so people can see when they come into the office. It's being shared with our political parties. I've already presented it to the Democrats, and Bob and Becky will be with the Republicans as well to share what we're doing. We want you to understand that we now have guardrails.
Right.
And we're all gonna work within these to do the best job that we possibly can. And then we're working with our Commissioner of Elections, Susan Beals, and we're also working with the State Electoral Board to take that one page and expand it. And it's gonna have a full list of how each of these standards is actually, how do you apply it? What's the application? And it's gonna become part of our education process.
Oh, that's great.
Every electoral board member is required to attend training at the time they're first appointed and then every time they're reappointed. And we're gonna add ethics to our annual training. So everyone's gonna get a good dose of our ethical.
You mean locally, you're gonna add ethics? to
Yeah,
the training.
absolutely. We're gonna add it, and also statewide.
Right.
Everyone who, with our local officers, we're gonna present it, and of course with the statewide. So it's becoming something statewide to ingrain a really good ethical basis and within all of our professionals. All right, okay.
Awesome, that's cool.
Okay, I wanna shift gears to the executive order that has just come out. I've gone over it in detail, and the reason I wanted to talk to you about this is we're trying to be proactive and try to anticipate what might happen. So there are 7 areas that our president has asked us to pay attention to. And each of them has a potential impact on how we do business and the cost of business. And so these are these 7, in reinforcing the citizenship requirement, providing assistance to states verifying eligibility, more systems and that kind of stuff, improving the Election Assistance Commission, which is the federal commission which oversees elections nationwide, prosecuting election crimes, improving voter system security, and Sarah already brought that to your attention. Compliance with federal law concerning setting the national day of election. That has the potential to really compress what we do. And then preventing foreign interference and unlawful use of federal funds. So I just want to have a quick look at some of them and how they could impact us. So citizenship requirement for federal elections, and that trickles down to all elections. Updating every voter registration record with proof of citizenship. So what does that mean? We have 12,000 registered voters. We don't know at this point exactly how we're gonna be directed to verify citizenship, but potentially we would have to get involved in doing direct mail, advertising this change, getting information out through social media. This would mean updates to software and hardware requirements in order to handle these documents and getting all this information. New links to the Social Security Administration databases, that's all software and hardware related. and increase staffing to handle the administration. Just imagine if we had to bring back all 12,000 of our registered voters into our office and they had to bring verifiable documents to confirm their citizenship.
If I might,
Yeah,
is
go
this just potential or is this
This is
from
all
you?
This is potential.
Or is this potential impacts handed
These
down
are
from
potential
someone?
impacts. Right now, the order is in the process. It's gonna go through a series of litigation. Then the Election Assistance Commission will let the states know what needs to be done. The states will then provide us with specific instructions and exactly
So we
how to
haven't gotten instructions or accountability or who's gonna be doing any of this?
Not at this
So
point.
this is all just,
Right. We're trying to anticipate for budget purposes because we need,
we don't know who is gonna be responsible fiscally for any of this
not at this
change,
point.
right? Okay, I just
But
wanted
we
to
would
see where this
anticipate that-
information is
yeah,
coming from.
Absolutely.
So it's unfunded at this point,
Or it's
Correct.
we don't even know
right?
what any of this is yet.
Exactly. There's a process to go through, but we're trying to be proactive and just anticipate the potential.
Worst case scenario
Right.
assumptions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Improvements in the Election Assistance Commission, and this is where the change to the voluntary voter system guidelines 2.0 is coming in. That's a new advanced software. Pardon me, let me go up here. We are looking at a potential accelerated timeline to implement this, and as Sarah said, our equipment was purchased in 2016. Anticipated lifespan of the equipment is about 10 years, and as she said, we wanna stretch that until we get the firm rollout of 2.0. If we possibly can. And it involves recertification of voting equipment. Every manufacturer who makes voting equipment has to go through the procedure to get verified and certified for VVSG 2.0. And it may involve different hardware. When you improve software, not always does the hardware support the new software. So again, we're looking at worst case scenario, but we are anticipating that we're gonna put together a capital investment plan when we talk to you about our budget, trying to spread out the potential cost of the future changeover.
And might I just
Sure.
mention, our vendor right now is Hart,
Mhm.
and they are already in the process of being certified.
Yeah.
No vendor is certified yet,
Right.
but our vendor is already in the process and already has been working on it.
Right.
So they're, I think they're close to being certified.
Good, yeah,
Right.
yeah, Hart's been very good.
Yeah, and this next bullet point here, voter verifiable paper record. We're not sure if that just means we have to hang on to the ballots, which in Virginia we already do,
Right.
or we have to require, or we're gonna be required to hand a receipt at the polling place when someone scans their ballot to show they have proof that their ballot went through the system. This is one of these things that could have a really big impact on the hardware side of it. Being able to generate a receipt, so we don't know about that yet.
Right.
Okay, and then there's been some cuts to grants that are coming to the state, so that's one of the other impacts. Okay, the next one, voting systems, and again, removing non-citizen access to election infrastructure. Again, we're required that all of our officers be registered voters within the state of Virginia. So if they're gonna verify citizenship requirement, that becomes kind of automatic. And they're trying to find ways to enhance the hardware and the software to help prevent any kind of malicious access to it. We go to great lengths already to prevent that by locking up the equipment, locking it in a cage, locking it in a room. There's seals on it, so we know if there's been that kind of thing. So we're anticipating that there might be a little bit more of that to deal with as well. So just kind of summarize here the overall impact. Potentially, and again, worst case scenario, we might have to do something from staffing to be able to handle re-registering up to 12,000 voters. Updates or replacement of voting equipment, software and hardware. New and enhanced voting equipment to accommodate the VVSG 2.0. Network changes to meet stricter security requirements. Direct mail, advertising, social media and outreach to make sure we educate our community to get things done. And then, of course, if there is a change, we're gonna have to reissue our voter registration cards to everybody as well. One other impact, this has a potential disruptive impact on the polling place. For example, if someone failed to get re-registered, whatever the system is, and they show up at the polling place and they're not on the voter registration list because they didn't update, that has a potential impact as well on how we staff the polling places and what we can do to resolve those kind of problems.
Are you talking security or threats?
What we're talking about is if someone shows up and they're not on the list, they could potentially be a little upset. We wanna be able to, yeah, it's secure. Also, we wanna have our people properly educated, so they know what to do if that happens. It could be as simple as doing a same-day registration, which is currently part of Virginia law. Could be simply that, but again, we just don't know at this point exactly how that's gonna be done. So anything else that we can answer questions for?
On your, I don't get number 7, compliance with federal law setting the national, I mean, it's always the first Tuesday in November, isn't it?
Well, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't look specifically at number 7, yes. The election day, but what they're asking for is that becomes the end of it. No one can vote after the close of the polls
Okay,
at 7
gotcha.
o'clock on election day.
So no, right,
Currently, people who mail in a ballot, as long as it's postmarked on election day,
Right.
there are 3.5 days that we have to receive it and process it.
right.
So what the executive order says is, nope, everything has to be in our hands by 7 o'clock on election
Okay,
day.
now I get
And then nothing after that can be looked at to be eligible to vote.
Well, that's interesting with the way the postal service is going right now, just saying. Okay, now, having been involved very closely, just coming to electoral board meetings, which can I apologize, just my life has taken different things.
We miss you.
And put me in different places at meeting times. I have to say that your offices have one of the most secure voter equipment. I mean, I don't know, other than putting a armed guard in front of the door, how much more secure you really could get. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, well, thank you for the
I
compliment.
mean,
and-
seriously, I mean,
Yeah.
it is, yeah, everything is locked in cages, locked some more.
Yep, and we've also added, if we have to move the equipment from one building to the other,
Yep.
we also get the sheriff's department to
Yep.
provide us an escort.
Yep.
And if we have to move ballots from Ms. Vaughn's vault for post-election auditing, we get security to help us as well.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I'm gonna tell, I mean, I've seen it firsthand, so, yeah. I've
We take
always
it
been very
seriously.
impressed.
You probably seen it in the old days when up there in the corner of the courtroom,
Yeah.
and machines are sitting in the corner covered up.
Yeah, right.
Election day, they rolled them
Yeah,
out.
right, they rolled them back out, yeah, not anymore. Yeah,
Now it's Brink's armored car to move them.
well, I mean, I definitely appreciate the knowledge and the fact that you guys are working towards this. And it does put it on our radar for sure.
So as I mentioned, our board is meeting on Thursday. Budget discussions have been ongoing, both our current one and the future one. And we'll try to do the responsible thing to keep you informed about potential worst-case scenario. Replacement of the voting equipment will come up because it's getting to be long in the tooth. We have to make the good decisions if we're gonna buy equipment earlier, that it can support the new standard
Right.
and the software can be changed. But I think slow walking is probably a good tactic right now to make sure that we don't waste any money.
Yeah, I cannot believe that we're already 10 years in. That's just, I mean, where did that go? I mean, seriously, I remember when they were brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how advanced they were then.
Oh, we're starting to have technical issues, hardware problems, that,
Right.
we had an $800 repair bill on one machine this past,
Election.
election cycle, so. It's happening.
Most of these systems anymore, by the time you get them, it's done obsolete.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for your attention, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchen.
One other thing I'd like to just mention, I forgot to say this earlier, going back to the NRCC president that was here, I greatly benefited from New River Community College, not the ACE program, that came well after me, but I did all dual enrollment classes my senior and junior year of high school, and I even went to the college and took classes in high school, so it was very beneficial for me, so I'm happy to see that you guys are supporting the ACE program and the college, so. Thank you.
Always.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that moves up to our constitutional officers, which I don't see any.
But they're always invited, they
Yeah.
get something from us before, as you all requested.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Send something to all of them and
I always want them to have that opportunity.
Yeah.
And then they can't complain to me.
It wasn't chronological though.
Then
It's
it's public comment period.
Run away if you'd like. Run away if you'd like.
yeah.
Thank you.
great.
Thanks for the
Thank
information. Good to see you both.
And thank you, and Mr. Chair, if I might, well, they're not constitutional officers, the extension folks did. I also ask everyone to send any materials, and then if we get anything, of course, you see them in your packet. For you though, the extension folks sent
Just for a little
those
bit.
books that are in front of you.
Some of my questions.
And so this would be the time I would normally flag and say, hey, John, can we talk about it, but they weren't able to join us today, but they wanted you to have those. They, as you know, do those on a regular basis anyway, but because of the upcoming emergency preparedness fair, which I'll discuss later, but they've redone them and wanted you to have the first ones. Thank you. All right.
Alright, it is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know that in order arrangements can be made. With that, when you come forward, state your name and district you're from, and limit your comments to 4 minutes.
They always know my name, and I'm from Locust Grove District. I've spoke to Levi about my issue, about this rescue squad thing. I've talked to Kevin. I was pleased to hear you bring that up with Dr. Brandon. There are some classes that's coming available, but it's up to the board to find some money to pay these people, because if we don't have a benefit package and pay them, then they're not gonna be interested in doing it. It's just that simple. I mean, neither would I. I mean, Levi asked me this morning, would you wanna do it? I used to be an EMT, and I could do it again, but we find money for everything else in the county. And to me, there's nothing any more important than our rescue squads. It affects us all. It affects your mama, your kids, your grandchildren, everybody in this county. And I know I've talked to Kevin about the response times, and they're not terribly bad unless we're tied up somewhere else. And then we're in trouble. So I would like for the board to try to come up with some kind of a plan where we can find, maybe, I don't know if it's possible the state can help us. I don't know whether there's grants available for these people to go get the class. We have people in the county that's qualified to do the training, I'm sure, at the Station 1. And we've done that before. They've trained people before. In fact, I know people that went there for some of the training. But until we find some money to pay them, and then the other issue is it's gotta be comparable to the other counties that we're close to, because wouldn't be any point in us training them and then them end up somewhere else. So these young people may wanna stay in the county, and if they had a job, then they might be able to do that. But I'm gonna come up here, I told Levi and Kevin this morning, I'm gonna come up here until I hear some kind of a solution to this, because there has to be one. I know that, when I was trying to get my road done, it wasn't any money. We found some money. And we can find some more money for this. And you know more about how to do that than I do, but like I said, it affects every one of us in this county. Especially on the other two ends, where there's nobody to help us. If we have a heart attack, if me or Joe or any of us has a heart attack, and they're on the other end of the county, we're dead. It could be one of your grandchildren out here have an accident or something. We need it. We need it. We really do need it. And I hope y'all can come up with some kind of solution. I'll be glad to help any way I can. And, so I'm gonna come until I hear something better. I hope y'all can work that for us. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I talk to people all the time that's concerned about it.
Board time next.
The other thing I was gonna say is, there's a lot of people in the county that don't even know about it. So we need to make people aware that we don't have the people anymore, maybe someone will be interested.
Mhm.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the only one we got, so I guess
Yes,
board
sir.
time's over. Hold on 1 second, I think.
I'd like,
We'll start board time right quick.
Thank you very much. So,
I missed
in response to your statements,
Huh?
on my board time, as a registered nurse of 25 years, having lost a husband, probably due to delayed emergency response in
Right.
my former locality, I understand and completely agree with the need for rescue. It is, I've been pushing for years for the high school to help with EMT training and for these kids,
That'd
get
be
them
great.
roped in. Finally, we have some movement in that direction,
Right.
and I'm very appreciative of that. People are very concerned of their taxes, and just to give, I'm not saying no, I'm just telling you what the numbers are. So at the current, not the new appraisals, but the current, this fiscal year appraisals, to staff one rescue house with 3 crews for 24/7 coverage would be a 3-cent tax increase in levy, 3 cents per hundred for property taxes for one station.
Do we need that many people at each one?
You do,
We can't do with
that's two people on a 24-hour shift, you need three sets to cover that.
So you're talking about 6 people?
6 people total for each building. So we're looking for just to cover the 2 volunteer station buildings in check.
3 and Willis, right?
Correct.
Indian
Yeah.
Valley,
Indian
yeah.
Valley,
Indian Valley, yeah.
yeah, Indian Valley, yeah. That would be a 6-cent increase in the property tax levy.
But can we get the people interested in doing it?
That's, that's a whole nother.
Right, I understand. And without the money,
Right,
we probably
right,
can't, you know,
right.
it's-
So that's a huge increase in taxes.
People used to like to be on the rescue squad,
Right.
but we don't have volunteers that wanna do it anymore, so.
Used to,
Everywhere,
Used to,
everywhere,
the
right.
employers would allow them to take off and they won't do that
Yes.
anymore.
So that's why I'm trying to get,
You know, to build of what.
So what you're saying is the only way that we can do that is with the tax increase.
no, I'm not saying the only way, I'm
You
just
don't have
saying.
anything under the counter?
No. Not that I'm aware of, I'm just telling you what the numbers are, I'm not
Right.
saying no, I'm just saying that it is a huge expense.
Oh,
And
I
that's
know
not,
it's an
that's not
expense.
with the increased benefits or pay, that's
But
like
we-
at today's
But
rate.
we can buy new dumpsters and we can buy trash trucks and we can do this and we can do that. There's nothing more important than you just said that than our rescue squad.
Right, I just,
my
it's trying to balance what our citizens can bear in increase in taxes It's a,
Will there be something put out for the public to see about that so that we,
I've been talking about it every meeting for months.
but I mean, I'm the only one here.
I know, my other option that I keep presenting is hiring a county crier, to go door to door to pass
Well,
information
I
out.
Own Paul Revere.
Yes.
I could do
You
that.
offered to help.
I can do some of that.
One
I
deal,
already have done some of it,
But
as a matter of fact. Everybody I see.
It's
deal with what Calenda's saying, I think it was before she come on the board. We set up, I don't forget how much money, to have an EMT class there at Station One.
Yep.
We had what, like 20 people who showed up and
Yep.
took the class. You know how many people we got out of it?
I have no,
None.
None.
Out of 20
Maybe
people,
two
yeah.
started
Out of
and then quit.
but the money will help with that.
One.
And the job, some people will have the job, but, yeah, you already got people fussing about the tax increase already, so.
Right, so see,
I
yeah,
understand
it's a
what you're
hard,
saying.
it's a hard thing.
I understand.
And so,
Go ahead, Levi.
I was just gonna say, I mean, you have a good point that, we do spend money on different things, the trash truck, this
Right.
building. But one difference on that is the trash truck, this building, we didn't have particularly 400,000 or 1.8 million just to make a one-time purchase into these big line items. Like with these extra staff members,
Continuous.
1 million or 1.5 million or whatever to go to this next level. When we buy the trash truck, we buy this building, we have financed that over a course of years in order to make that possible, which with these implementing more staff, we're not necessarily financing anything.
they won't
It's,
take payment over
Is
time.
there any help that we can get from the state or a grant or any
So-
way we could do it that way?
I don't think that's,
Yeah, so the Virginia Department of Health lost millions of dollars for the EMS, 34 million. Just lost it.
Right.
We don't know where it went. And we have been, and I mean, that's the state Virginia Department of Health, and we have been, both Mr. Booth and I have been constantly bringing it up at our Virginia Association of Counties Board of Directors meetings, of which we too sit on, just asking, did they find it yet? Because we are in dire need. I personally have been speaking about just having another crew, just trying to get another crew. I don't know if you were here at our last meeting,
I was at the, yeah, I think so.
Dustin Thomas presented where our calls are coming from. So we're just trying, and I know that doesn't matter when it's your loved one or your husband or wife or child. Everybody's life is important, no matter where they live
Sure.
in the county.
That's right.
But just getting another staff together, I mean, I've been saying that since 2019, even before the pandemic, and then continued to bring it up. And it's just a matter of figuring out where the dollars come from,
And where the dollars went to.
and where the dollars went to.
Yeah.
But, everybody may not agree with all the decisions we make up here, but we take seriously our citizens' health
I know
and
that. I
welfare.
agree with
And I
that.
mean, all five of us on this board.
And I know this is not y'all's fault necessarily, it's a county
It's a change-
problem,
it's a
it's a
change-
problem we
well,
all have.
And it's not just this county, it's everywhere in
No.
Southwest Virginia, so we're all facing the same thing. Everybody's looking to get, trying to bring, like, poach from this county to come to our county, and we'll pay you this and we'll pay you that.
I've already
Most
heard
of the
that.
people who work in Floyd County wanna be here.
Right.
And some of them commute in, because it's just a good place to work, and it's a good crew, we've worked very hard. And I give kudos to Mr. Thomas for working so hard to get a morale going and just really developing a good EMS squad. but it's gonna take a little more time and
But
You
you
know.
can see some light maybe?
I believe we do, and I think we're all committed to this, so, yeah,
that's
we're
good.
gonna make,
And that's
we'll
all I'm
try our
asking,
best.
that's what I'm asking you all to do, to be committed to it.
So,
And figure out a way
Yeah.
we can do it and hopefully it won't take too awful long. I know how long it takes for the training because I had it myself, so I know that's
Right.
not a weekly thing. It takes time to train people. And the other thing that I think about is if we get some kids in the schools to take the classes, it may be a little bit tougher for the kids to deal with some of the things that they'll find out here, you know.
yeah, I mean, the
It's
last
not
3
always
days has
a
been,
good job.
no,
Right.
the last 3 days have been difficult on our
Right.
squad.
we do,
Right.
So-
we do with our new director,
Excuse me.
Patterson.
Yes,
So we have a new doctor in charge of EMS, and he is wonderful and responsive and very involved in the care provided by our staff,
Right.
which is taking a lot of the mental burden off of them, because they now have a doctor on the phone helping them.
That's good.
So I know that I have been involved in
Who
making
is the
some,
doctor?
Dr. Patterson.
Patterson.
I mean, I've been
Is he
involved in
here in
this.
the county or where is he?
He's in Montgomery County,
Montgomery County.
but available to our providers all 24/7. He or his on-call doctor. But we've been working very, very diligently and very hard to make improvements in the service and that we can provide to our
Okay.
citizens. And it's almost all of it is behind the scenes. I mean, our meetings go long enough as it is. But there's been a lot of diligent, relentless work to make these changes.
Maybe there's some way that some of the people in the community can do some more fundraisers or donations to help, but I know what you said a while ago, I mean, it's not a thing, it's just gonna be for a month, it's gonna be continuous,
It's
so.
continuous and it will be
So,
continuous and increasing.
But I hope Linda finds that $34 million, cause if she does,
let me tell you,
then maybe we'll be in business.
It's not
Would
a cut.
Would that money be available to us, some of that money?
some of that money should be available, that's where we were able to fund some of our more recent purchases after, well, actually before COVID, I believe.
Before COVID,
Yeah, it
because
was
when the
before.
money was
Right.
found to be lost,
Yeah.
we had to make up some gaps.
If I
in
lost
funding.
$34, I'd be out here looking for it, and that meant.
Well,
It's
yeah.
interesting, isn't it? And it's not
It's
a
very-
reduction in funding, it is truly
Lost.
money
Lost.
missing out of the
Right,
budget.
and it's not
Out
a
of
reflection
the-
on our local
Right,
Virginia
Right.
Department
it's
of
not
Health, it
our
is
guys.
in that big old skyscraper in Richmond. So,
Well,
yeah,
I can't say thank you enough, but I hope we can all come together with a solution to it
we're
because
working on
it's
it.
very important to all of us. I think
Absolutely.
that it's, and I'm so proud that it's important to y'all.
yep,
It's-
it is.
We've been working on it for a long time,
Yep.
so please
Okay,
be
I
rest
will.
assured that
I'm glad you told me that. Maybe that'll.
thank you for listening.
That might not,
Yeah,
that
that's,
might not stop me from coming back next month.
Bring your lottery tickets.
you're always welcome, Gerald.
Just bring some lunch next time.
Okay, well, this time, man.
Yeah.
Almost.
Good to
Thank
see
y'all, I
you.
appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else got anything for board time?
Thank you for giving me that.
No.
Thinking I did, but.
Alrighty, well, before we get into old business, let's take a 5-minute break.
That works.
All right, stretch our legs.
Be back in session. Moving on to old business. Part of which I think we done covered.
Well, a little, not quite though.
A little
So the trash truck financing, if I might, Mr. Move ahead. On the trash truck financing, we discussed, you're right, a little bit briefly before. So yes, you guys have approved moving forward with financing through Skyline, and they're keeping to the rates and all the things that they offered in the first place. But as we were moving through the conversation and sent things to Mr. Durbin to review, he said, oh, we have to use a different form. And so what you have in your packet is what came from Sands Anderson, and Scott and Skyline said they will sign pretty much, you know, as long as the terms are the same, they are happy to use whatever format
Good.
works for you all and your legal counsel. So with that, that's your background on that one.
All right, so I'll take a motion to approve that, move forward with it.
I just wanna make sure.
Just.
There's gotta be a better way to label these.
And this is for a brand new
Yes.
truck.
Yes, yeah. And it's waiting patiently for us. So it's, you know, you all approved the truck purchase some time ago.
Yeah.
This is just the financing tool.
So the one I'll make a motion. I'll go ahead and make a motion, but I do wanna ask a question. Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for the equipment lease financing on a $410,000 lease agreement with Skyline Bank for the purchase of a trash truck.
I'll second.
Okay, we're discussing.
Yeah, so balloon payments are, I did read here within the, I read through it 3 times to make sure. A balloon payment, if we so desire to do so, is okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
Alright, I did see that, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay,
And I spoke to her, Linda's request, spoke to Scott to align it with how our current loans are, cause he pretty much said, we'll do whatever you want, you know. So I'm aligning it where it's gonna be a principal and interest payment, so, you know, we have the opportunity,
to pay,
so. Conversation, you know, part of the conversation.
right, so we can pay down principal, we can balloon if we want. Alright, great,
Yes, yes. All your options are open as long as we pay.
right, and then it's a 6-year.
But again,
The truck will last longer than the payments.
if I might, most are 2011, so. With that, Mr. Chairman? Okay. Resolution as presented. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtel,
and of course.
thank you.
That, yes. There you go.
Mining related. And Ladina has an even more late breaking update on the application 1, and it's good news, so not great news, I won't get you too excited, but it is good news, so Mr. Chair, if you might recognize
Should we put up
Ms.
the
Martin?
breaking news slide?
No, it's embarrassing, please don't do that. On the FEMA application 1 at the bottom of the page, good morning, late morning, very late morning. On FEMA application 1, I'm, I guess, embarrassed but pleased to tell you that I had a math error in one of my spreadsheets, and so the amount of money you've already committed is fine and covers that, and it also will cover the construction engineering services. So I don't need any further action from you all on that.
Okay.
At this time.
And to Dina's, if you saw her computer, if I tell you she had like 92 spreadsheets across her thing, I'm probably leaving out about 8.
Man, you
She's
talk
like,
about
wait,
me
she's
having open
toggling,
windows,
toggling,
Danny.
Yeah, it is a lot, and on that point, I do wanna tell y'all that so many people have been involved in this work. Patrick Nicola, of course, at the PSA, Mark, I asked Mark if he would be willing to help get some of the generator quotes that we needed 3 sets and I only had 2. And so he's been very helpful. Carla and Tabitha have now been dragged in because, I mean, these applications will each be hundreds of pages, just so you know, it's a very significant endeavor, but nonetheless, sorry about that mix-up, but overall, it's good news on that. FEMA application 2, I'm bringing before you today for your consideration. This, I think you have the page in front of you that shows the locations. It would be a new generator for the Tice Street pump station, sewer pump station, and it would be replacement generators for the 5 locations listed there.
Right.
The reason that we couldn't do more locations is we have to keep the ask under $1 million for each application. That includes the 5% contingency and the engineering services, so that was kind of the wiggling that we had to do there. I think we're already pushing it by putting in 2 applications. You may be wondering why not just do a third, but I feel like we're pushing it at 2 already. We will be fortunate if we get funding for any part of 1. So anyway, that's the reason that we couldn't do all of the fire and rescue. And there was some minor PSA things that Patrick will be covering with a smaller portable generator, the 2 tanks, the high school tank and the Jacksonville / high tower tank, Storker's Knob.
Right.
So anyway, if you all want to pursue this, the total project would be just over $1 million. The admin money that we would get doesn't count towards the $1 million cap, so that's why it's a little over $1 million. So your portion of match would be $50,827, and if the grant is awarded, we would get essentially back $48,407 in admin.
It's a little 2,000 and
support,
change.
to support that work. Are there any questions on the
Yeah.
FEMA application?
More than just a question, I think I'm gonna go on record as saying, and please put this in the minutes, this kind of work is so important because we just don't have a lot of extra monies to be able to place these kinds of generators that are needed. I mean, as we've said before, the high school generator is so old and it wouldn't even power the high school. So being able to get in on this kind of funding that if it costs us $2,240 or whatever that math is, I didn't do it quick in my head, it's money so well spent because we couldn't afford to place generators at all of these places with all of the things that we are up against. And I just want to applaud everybody's work on these. This should not go unnoticed, and it's just so important to this county. Grants are gonna be our way of funding so many things anymore that I'm just so thankful everybody's pitched in and is willing to work hard to get this money done. And hopefully in our pockets so that we can
Yeah.
receive these
And I
much
guess-
needed generators.
I guess I do wanna caution about over optimism. One of the things that's really important in these kinds of things is they have to be able to pass a cost benefit analysis of what the generators will cost versus what we've lost in the past by not having power. And prior to Patrick, I'll just say there weren't records of like outage.
Oh, I
And
know.
APCO was able to provide the last 3 years of information, but some locations had a lot of outages in that time, but some had very modest amount, so I really don't know how it will come out, but this is all part of a learning process of better documenting in the future and kind of laying the groundwork for this. So hopefully we'll get something this time, but I do wanna caution you that, that's a threshold we have to cross.
Well, you know, I'm Pollyanna, so.
Well, I appreciate
You're always
that.
gonna get optimism from me.
I appreciate that, yep, and I'm cautious, so.
I know. But I just wanna thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you, thank you.
So you need a vote on matching this, continue on.
Yes, yes, and if I could just clarify one more thing, that grant admin money is really, this would be a substantial amount of work, so it would either be us contracting with someone to do that or hiring someone to do that. It's probably more than we can handle, so I wanna be really clear about that.
Right, the grant administration.
Because it's Davis-Bacon, like it's a whole layer of federal
Right.
wage data, so anyway, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay. Well, that goes
So I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion that we work towards our FEMA 2 application, and it's matching,
51.
yeah, capped at 51.4. Yeah. Well, wait a minute, county match increased from, 52.4, yeah. In order for
App 1 doesn't need to change.
Correct.
Right, oh, I'm sorry, it's App 2, I'm sorry.
App 2, 50,827.
Yeah, 50,827. Yeah, there it is. I had gone down too far.
I'll second.
Motion second, any other discussion? Call roll.
All right. On the motion to approve our FEMA application 2 and including a provision of match capped at $50,827. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Ladina.
Thank you very much for that. If I
Thank
could-
you.
Could I quickly add that hopefully you saw the president on Friday announce the presidential declaration for Southwest Virginia. And that should open up an opportunity for us to at least, as we did apply for about $20,000 from Helene for the use of our generators and the use of fire trucks and equipment. We expect to get that back. So with this, we estimated as part of this whole process that we had probably 30,000 or more expense in those generators and equipment. So this will be the beginning of a process to try to recover some of that money for the county.
And that was
as
for
well.
February.
For the February
Right.
event, yes, so.
Yeah.
I need Jimmy to take all your gimmicks.
Yeah, hopefully,
Right.
hopefully our VDOT folks will look
Yes,
to find some more money too.
yes, exactly. Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ladina.
That will move on down to news business.
Now we got,
So if I might, Ms. Chair, so your proclamation honoring the 19 patriots from these mountains, that was submitted by the organization that's, effectively our DAR. And as you know, some of you know, they're having an event towards the end of the month. And they would very much like, this body to, authorize that proclamation to be a part of that event.
first off, did we write this proclamation?
No, they sent it to us.
Okay, I think any kind of proclamation or resolution should really come from our office. And it should have our correct letterhead on it and everything else, that it just isn't, it's not the same font or anything. I have no problem with this whatsoever, but if they wanna do it, it's not their responsibility to draft a proclamation. They also don't have my name correct in there, that's number one. And it's a period instead of a comma. So it's just that kind of stuff that to me is important,
Okay.
that we keep formatting correct and my full name is not there. And so and it's,
It is now.
thank you, but it's just, I mean, I'd like to have it that all of these things have the same fonts and
Right, ADA fonts, say for consistency. Also, our website is incorrect on the bottom right.
yeah, I don't mind DeVito in there at all. It's just that, you have to have both of them in there. Not that you have to do that now. But yeah, I just,
Yeah, but they wasn't aware of that.
I understand that. I'm just saying, if we're gonna do proclamations, they should come from our office. They can give us stuff and we can do it, but I don't know.
It is important for consistency and presentation of what we approve.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to the proclamation at all.
not at all.
But I believe that consistency is imperative.
Yeah, so before anything gets signed, I'd like to see it kind of cleaned up.
She's been doing that while you've been talking.
Yeah, I know, I see the changes.
Let me get the letter. No pressure.
Right?
I mean, even the,
There's some weird,
yeah, even,
Marks in
I mean,
it.
we might, maybe we should wait until, I don't know.
move it down and come back to it.
Yeah, maybe, give you some time.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
You don't mind?
No, not at all, and if it needs more time, I mean, we're meeting on the 22nd and the activity is the 26th, so. It's just, there's so many different fonts and stuff in here.
I'll take care.
Alright,
Okay. Well, Ms. Chair, if you'd like me to move to the next item, so paper of record request, and so as I'm sure you're aware, and I believe I mentioned at the last meeting, during the last session of the General Assembly, there was a statutory change which was driven in part by VACO, so thank you all for that. To allow us to use allow everyone to use an online paper as the paper of record, assuming it is a paper of general circulation, yet, all those requirements. And so this is not necessarily saying that we would move to Cardinal News. I haven't seen a price list from them or anything about, how many people they serve, but they are in the process, I've gotten up with them, and they are in the process in other communities of going ahead and getting the circuit judge to approve it. They said Floyd's on the list of ones they'd like to consider, but it's further down the list. And given the state of our Floyd Press, I did meet with a reporter who was representing themselves as part of the Floyd Press last night. As a side note, he said he now covers 7 counties. So they just, they are not necessarily gonna be the best place for us all the time, as we currently know. So, given that, this was a request for you all to consider letting me write a letter on you all's behalf to very kindly and respectfully ask Judge Fleener to consider what we believe is a forthcoming request from the Cardinal News, to have them as an option. And, given that it was going to the judge, it really felt like something I needed to, make sure you all wanted us to move forward with.
Floor is open for a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make that motion to go before Judge Fleener to utilize an online newspaper such as the Cardinal News for our paper of record.
Second.
Motion and a second, go ahead, Carter.
All right, thank you. On the motion to request staff draft a letter on you all's behalf to ask Judge Fleener to respectfully consider allowing us to, allowing Floyd County to use a online version, potentially something like the Cardinal News, as our paper of record, if that's so chosen. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Next, we're returning to the question of the portable pump for public safety. You all recall, we brought that up at an earlier meeting. You all had some questions that at that time were beyond my knowledge, my scope of knowledge. I believe that Mr. Booth's questions were answered directly, and we've talked about it some in other meetings. But Kevin is here if you have questions, because he's the one that's much more knowledgeable about this than I am. So if you all have any questions or anything related to this.
I'm under the impression that there are not this exact pump setup, but there is something similar in existence in the county already.
I'm sorry, what?
This pump system that you've requested,
Right.
I'm under the impression that there are two similar systems already in existence in the county.
3,
Three already?
yes.
Where are they?
At 3 fire departments. Actually, maybe even 4. Each department has one. A couple weeks ago, we had every piece of rolling stock over here on the Cannon Factory Fire. This is to add to that.
So it'd be a fifth one.
It will be a use for this side by sides besides just sitting in a trailer.
And where is this side-by-side located now? Up in the Carillion?
Right now, it's down at the Station 1 Rescue. We have a slide-in unit for it for doing remote rescue.
Right.
Or working events. This is something where if we have a very large event, we take it. I can use it, fire department can use it, depends on what my role is right there during that. It's just to add to their augment their equipment.
So right now, the side-by-side that Rescue has is where this would go on, is that correct?
This is the public safety side by side that we bought the other year because our folks didn't have the training necessary to use the rescue squads.
Right, and
Side by
then
side.
if a rescue has to be made on it by carrying somebody else out,
It has room for Stokes basket, oxygen, all the supplies they need.
With this pump,
No,
on.
no, this is
okay?
adding to that. This is
so-
dual purpose and
A pump.
You can switch
So-
out right quick.
No,
Right.
you can't switch it out right quick.
what do you mean?
I mean, if you have a fire and your ATV is, your side-by-side is set up for rescue, there's gonna be a delay pulling this equipment out.
It's a couple bolts, slides out.
So you need people on scene at the station, but there's already these things in existence in the county on side-by-sides.
Yeah, but I thought we wanted to utilize grants and do
But
all
we
this other
already
stuff.
we already have these.
Okay, so you don't want it.
I don't want this.
You're gonna have that, I don't care what you buy, you're gonna have people that, it's gonna take time to get it there,
It don't matter to me, the thing can sit on the trailer, or we can use it when half the county's burned up.
What was the cost of the pump?
It's 15 grand total, $7,500 match.
When does the grant time expire for this?
We applied for this grant, it's already approved.
It
Yeah,
was
for the money, but not necessarily to expend it on this project. So we didn't write a grant, you said June.
No,
We were
we've
doing-
already wrote a grant and it's approved by the state to purchase this.
So you wrote a grant with a match approval?
I get this grant every year.
Cause the research I did, there was a specific grant for this unit.
I'm sorry, what, again?
There was a specific grant for this particular unit.
This is through VDM.
This is different than the one you was wanting a while back, ain't it?
No,
No, it's the same one. We brought
Same one?
the same
Okay.
one back, yes. And
It
and I
doesn't-
apologize, my understanding was, and maybe Kevin and I miscommunicated, but my understanding was we get this money every year. We've applied for the money. There are different ways that we could spend it. But it does require a 50-50. So this is what came forward, particularly given the fact that we have multiple festivals that make it really challenging to get something bigger through a crowd. So that's kind of where this idea came from, so, but we can go back and do something else, that would be fine. I just wanted to close it, cause it was left with questions I couldn't answer for you, so I wanted to follow up.
This is to add to the fire department's inventory and capabilities. That's all, nothing else, nothing
We
more.
had a guy in here wanting us to do more for public safety. And now here we got an opportunity to get a tool to work with to enhance our public safety, and we're fighting.
We have 4 of these in the county already, and I've got a firehouse with equipment that's aged out. And I
So $75 is,
$7,500,
$7,500 is not worth
not an extra one,
consideration.
not an extra one, no thank you.
So you need a new truck at your station.
Yes, because, yes,
Okay.
That'll cost what, $1 million, $500,000?
I
but
don't
they
know.
already have one of these, and they take it to Floyd Fest already,
Who does?
Station 4. It's not the shiny red one, but they do have this spray, this,
Hey, that's
You mean to
fine.
Yoga Jam?
no, they take it to Floyd
Oh,
Fest, when
okay.
they're on duty at Floyd
I'm
Fest,
talking about
it's there.
brush fires.
It's the
Yeah, no, I
same,
guess I confused
it's
it,
the same
so-
thing, it's
Alright.
used the same way. It's
So-
on it side by side, the
So-
equipment's in there.
If I may,
Base.
ma'am, would it be appropriate to say, is this something you want us to permanently table? And I just wanna get a sense of where you need us to go, and then we can do whatever you all would
This
like.
thing can go where you can't get a truck.
But they're already on the ATVs, they're already on the side by sides,
This is to add to it.
the 5th one.
They have 80 members to 100 members. And when we have every piece of rolling stock and we're rolling pumper trucks up in fields, I mean, I kind of wonder where you're getting your information.
From being physically in the firehouse.
Oh, so you visited a couple times.
I was there, remember, for a weekend.
He's an adult, let him talk.
Yeah, I was there, I spent a weekend with my firemen.
Yeah, you spent a weekend. I've been doing this since 16 years old.
He's actually had boots on the ground for the last 16 years. So,
I'm telling
fighting
you.
these fires.
I know what I'm talking about.
Okay then.
Whatever you want to do.
Sure, there's nothing personal there?
No, not at all. There's nothing personal.
Oh, wow, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I got a question real quick. So I know Jerry, I guess, had Mr. Booth had some of the questions on
He
this, which I don't know if he got his answers or not, but I mean, it seems like this is maybe a little contentious here, but
Okay.
maybe we should at least wait for Mr. Booth to be present before we maybe did a vote or something here.
That was good.
Well,
That's
I'm,
all right.
I
Mr.
mean,
If
that's
all right,
just
and-
my opinion.
And if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and we can certainly move that direction, just so you all know the answers that I gave Mr. Booth. So the 2 questions that I followed up on were first, who would be using it, and then secondly, their liability issues. And as you know, those are generally Mr. Booth's questions,
Right.
so that follows, right? And so the answer was that it would be used by the fire department staff, volunteer staff.
Okay.
So that was clarified, and of course, they are covered under the county's insurance already as firefighters. So just since there were no flags with those answers,
Right.
but wanted you to have those, but if it sounds like, Mr. Chair, if you all wanna
One more question.
wait till Mr. Booth is here, that'd be great.
Question, 'cause this might have been before my time, I don't know, but when did we purchase that side by side?
these are department owned. The county hasn't purchased
Okay,
the fire department side by sides. The side by side I'm referring to was bought through this same grant last year.
last year, okay.
And this is just to add to its capabilities, but and if I may be quite blunt, I think when somebody comes up here about public safety and you treat trash better than you do public safety, I think there's a misconnect somewhere. And I don't mean to be personal or ugly, but that's how I feel. And I bet you the public feels the same way. Especially, you talk to these firemen that was up on that hill. And I was there too, I was running the truck. I'm just trying to add to their capabilities.
I completely understand that, and I am not against providing what they're asking for.
You're saying what they're asking for.
They're the ones that are using the equipment. I'm trying to,
This isn't a fire department request.
but it is, you're implying that I'm not concerned about public safety when I'm saying I am willing to provide what my firefighters are asking of me.
What about station 1, 2, and 3?
Alright,
No,
can we, Mr. Chair, can we close this out?
Yeah, let's close it out before it gets,
Alright,
let's just table till Jerry gets here.
alright, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, moving to, let's see, maybe we should talk about the shared drive that we are considering. I know you all wanted to hold the Haycock Road until Mr. Booth was here, so we will do that. And move to naming the shared drive at 728 Canoga Road. And you have the tax map item there.
I think it's barely in my district.
Barely
I
in
know,
your
it's like
district?
between the two of you, isn't it?
Canoga means on the line, no.
I don't know, so I wouldn't have believed you about that.
Yeah, I guess that is, I don't know, that may be very close to both of you. I don't know, we need to get that map.
Right.
If we had the map, I could look.
That's all right, don't get the map, I'll put it in Linda's district.
You gonna put it on me?
Yeah, I'll put it
Okay.
on you, Linda, don't worry about the map.
I think she's getting a drink of water.
No.
So these people are mine now.
I
It's decided.
I heard.
So I'll make a motion to approve the requested naming of a shared drive to Canoga Road, which is currently on Reedsville Road Northwest. And because our ad also assign potential members at this. Make the motion.
That's a nice piece.
All right, that's true.
Wait,
Into naming drive, Canoga Road, 728 Canoga Road, as presented. Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
yes.
All right, thank you.
On that one, I had the question for.
Mhm.
Was that necessary or just oversight?
Oversight, the
Oversight,
blank one is not necessary, it shouldn't be there.
okay, alright.
Are we skipping this next one or?
We're tabling it
That's
until
on the
Jerry.
table.
Okay, can I put in my request for a different road name that is more unique from its.
Okay.
For safety reasons.
Yeah,
Okay,
agreed.
we'll follow up on that and
Thank
I'll
you.
get up with Carla. Appreciate it. And I guess before we get to the board calendar, cause that might take a moment to, or the budget. Go back to the pro.
Yes.
No pressure.
Let's look at this thing. Capital V
Where?
and DeVito.
Dang it, so close, okay.
For on the work.
Good. 25. 2026. All right.
I'm ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we declare April 26th, 2025 as, where are we? A proclamation honoring 19 patriots from these mountains. Whereas on July 4th, 2026, our nation will commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And whereas the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution is a nonprofit, volunteer women's service organization dedicated to promoting patriotism, preserving American history, and securing America's future through better education for children and adults. Whereas the Floyd Courthouse chapter from the NSDAR will honor and commemorate 19 men and women from these mountains who served during the American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, on Saturday, 26th, 2025. Sorry, 26th. I'm stuck on July. And for the dedication of their marker.
I'll second.
Alright, that was easy. Okay, on the motion to approve the proclamation as just presented and with the corrections before you. The proclamation honoring 19 patriots from these mountains. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right.
As an aside, when was this originally received? Do we know? When was this to see?
Yeah, it's been,
It had been a
yeah, we hadn't had a chance to get to put the agenda. So, but we will take note as requested and
Joanna sent out the invitations to this probably a couple weeks ago, but I didn't get mine. She had to email me mine. So,
yes, she called and asked what we needed to do. So
Yeah.
she was very kind about all of it.
All right.
But going forward, we will take up as requested and
I'm
do
hoping
as you
that
asked.
one of my ancestors is gonna be one of these 19.
Nice.
My niece to
NSDAR, yeah.
Rappahannock County.
Uh-huh.
Part of her initiation, she had to research, find patriots in our family, and
Wow.
Nice.
found one. And she sent me a text the other day where she joined the farmer patriots of whatever.
Nice.
And he's right in there with them and was a big landowner.
Wow.
I just wished he'd have me some of it.
That's awesome.
Benjamin Turman.
All right. Well, and I don't know, since Kim had to head out, maybe we should, if you'd all like me to just go ahead and start going through some of the things in my update until she comes back, cause I wouldn't want us to start picking dates until she's back, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, and I put the, these, I think, in your folder. I couldn't get in last night. Can we decide to wait on the budget thing until you came back? So I was just gonna, so I was just gonna go through some of these things real quick, if you don't mind. So, wanted to let you know, of course, the Buffalo project and radio system. As you see here, we had a call with Virginia Conservation, and they are willing to not only let us do this, but gift it to us, as long as we pay for the survey work and the legal work. They have requested that we use the same survey company that they use for the rest of it, just so everything is consistent. So I had after our meeting, and the gentleman apologized. He called back while I was sitting here and left me a voicemail. He had been out for a funeral, but they would be very happy to follow up with that and do that survey work. So it'll be approximately 1 acre. It will be right on the edge of their property. So that's part of what made it appropriate for them, so it wouldn't be landlocked. We do have to work out some, there is a fire road up there. We have worked through some of the items with Carla about what your current subdivision ordinance requires, and we think we have a solution. But I have, just in case, if we have to make a trip through the planning commission for some reason, I've talked to Deborah Baum and let her know a little bit of background, so she has to put out a call real quick. She can help people understand what it's about, as can you, obviously. So wanted you to know that. So we are ready to go on that as soon as we have the survey, and Steve was a part of this conversation. So he's ready to work on the paperwork. We do have a timeline on this, so just to have in the back of your mind, this is being done with the Virginia Conservation folks. We have to do this, it would behoove us to do this before it is transferred on June 30th to the Department of
Right.
Cultural Resources. I will let you know that they're related to all this. DCR has alerted us to, once we get to the next legislative session, they would encourage us to get our legislators to try to put this project in specifically, or at least get it put on their list for DCR, and that will also help move planning for the whole area. So just wanted to put that on y'all's radar screen. I know you all talk to legislators and things as we go, so I wanted to tell you about that. The second site, we've also had progress. So as you know, one of the sites we discussed earlier is near an existing much larger tower. They had 30 days to take their right of first refusal on that. Those 30 days have passed. And so we have now alerted them that legally they have passed and we are moving on. So assuming, I have it sitting there for me to sign today, just wanted to make sure everyone was still all good with that, but it's ready for us to go. And so we can move forward with that property with the listed person we discussed before. So we can do that. And I will tell you, we are looking at a third site on property the county now owns in your area. And if that works, then this may very well be all of the towers we need. So we have asked Procom to run the numbers one more time before we kind of close the door on this process, but it is our anticipation that we will need to, we'll start drawing down on some of that money that we have in SNAP right now towards this project. We anticipate that we'll need to draw down around 10% of that money to go ahead and have Procom purchase all of the, they need to put all their equipment orders in now so they can get in the queue. So I just wanna make sure everybody's good before I move on with that, but I think we're really excited about being able to do this, and in the end, we'll have to really buy one property for what it would have cost us to rent one tower for a year.
Right. With increasing leasing costs.
Yes, with an escalator, yes, of about 10% a year for multiple years. And we also wanna thank, I would be remiss if I didn't thank our utility, because they are allowing us to use one of the towers we will be using is the new AB tower. And they are letting us use that for free.
That's great.
So that is making a difference. So even though this has been, you all have had to be very patient. I do want, as you say, make sure the public understands that by waiting, you have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Indeed.
Because, if we had 6 sites that we had to pay $35,000 for.
Exactly.
Starting.
Yeah.
Yes, so wanted to.
I appreciate all the hard work that staff has put into this, and I know Kevin has been putting multiple hours constantly into this, and I really appreciate that time.
We appreciate that. And we continue to hold hands very tight with St. Anderson on this, just in case.
Right.
So you know. I thought you guys would be happy to see the pictures of the ball field that I put in here. That is, you will see our main ball field, and that was after a substantial rain that day.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so that is, you all's investment,
Yeah.
coming back is a good thing.
Yep.
I'm a dummy when it comes to sports and stuff, you know. What's this stuff you put on the field? You say it would dry quicker than,
Turfus.
It's called, yeah, it's called Turfus, Turface. Turfus, it's a brand name.
what's the makeup of it?
No idea.
All
You
right,
might
so
know.
what happens is it's got like it's not really a gel, it's an absorbent that's worked into the process of this soil type of additive. And when it rains, that stuff absorbs the moisture, and instead of it pooling like it has at first base at the high school and second base at the high school, if you remember your days playing, Nick's days playing, it no longer does that. Same thing with our fields. It's an absorbent additive that's used with soil to take moisture away, and it works beautifully. And yeah, it's just the pictures of the proof. Costs a little bit, but it's well worth it in the end.
Better than a messed up knee.
Yeah,
Right.
better than having to reschedule 40 games and whatever.
Yes. Yeah, the night this picture was taken, we actually ran a middle school game that we all feel really confident
Would have
would
been
not have happened last year without this investment.
correct.
So
So,
these
Good stuff.
kids that loves to slide for a mile before they get to the bus, it won't bother them.
no,
I mean, it won't give you the road rash regular.
no more than regular.
Yeah,
Related to that too, even though I didn't put the pictures in, I can show them to you. So all three of the fields have been touched again at Floyd Elementary, as we promised. And it's unfortunate Mr. Booth is not here to hear me report, but I did call and tell him that includes that smaller field that's right up against the fence line. Unfortunately, there is really not a way to make that field current regulation size. So the only games, if we were gonna run official games, we can run there are T-ball. So we've thought about that, we've thought about even putting a little sign up there, you know, that kind of like something cute, that this is just for our smaller
Our
athletes.
little field is for our little players.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, 'cause-
T-ball, coach pitch, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
yeah, cause to do anything more than that would require some pretty substantial earth moving, getting rid of a fence up there, and it just becomes a very cost prohibitive thing. And currently, fortunately, this would allow us to have enough fields. Jacob has also been out to Willis, and you know, that one is different,
Yeah.
because that's the turf one. So he's done the removal and disposal of the netting that was there that's supposed to biodegrade but never did. So that's a hazard, so that's all removed. There are new bases there and at the elementary schools, brand new bases.
Nice.
And he's worked on the lip at the edge of the field and cutting a new line on that lip. So still need to address check. I think he was going up there, he went there yesterday afternoon. And then Neil needs to get to Indian Valley. But that's the plan right now, and Jacob and I have told you before, meeting with Dr. Cromer shortly to talk about the maintenance of those fields. We will, of course, continue as we said, and as you all authorized us to do, to keep up with Floyd Elementary fields, and then kind of need to see what's happening with the other fields. So, any questions around that? The Bears are back, as you heard. So, and again, there is another late breaking update on this. It said we were pulling the women at Sunny Ridge and Bethlehem Church, which have been pulled. Mark just wrote me and said they're gonna give Dearborn a couple more days just to see if maybe it stops. For some reason, Cheryl is hopeful that'll be better. But the pictures there, of course, you know, is what you've all seen before. So wanted you to be aware of those. To the earlier conversation, the EMS cadets class, what you have in front of you is who signed up and participated in our recent cadets class. That was held at our facility and run by our staff. And so as you see, they're all 15 to 17, but a couple of them are soon turning 18. So we're excited about that. Those ones that are turning 18 in particular seemed very interested in, we've had some follow-up communication with the volunteer rescue folks. They continue to work through their paperwork for making some changes to their nonprofit, but they have committed to Dustin and myself that if these students that went through this program with us want to go ahead and go to school, they'll find a way to figure out how to get them money to do that. So wanted to share that with you and all the folks that are concerned about that. And we were very pleased with how many of these kids came out.
May I ask what when these enthusiastic younger people, when they do turn 18, what can their role be on the rescue squad?
So they can, of course, they can get their EVOC and be able to drive initially. We do allow people as young as 18 who are qualified, so if they have their basic, they can run with us. That was a change that was made, I think, real soon after I got here, to move it from 21 to 18, in the hopes to do exactly as you all have encouraged, to get folks who are coming straight out of high school and keep them.
Wonderful.
Don't let them go someplace else for 3 years and then try to get them back.
Right, so when you turn 18, you can be an active member as on EMS.
You can be, and the specifics are on the webpage their webpage, if people would like to look, but maybe to Mr. Vest's questions, there are a number of levels and types of volunteer roles. So there are opportunities for someone to be a part of the auxiliary, which, so some of the people that used to be on rescue but are no longer really physically able to do that, there is still a place for them to be able to come in and help with the building and some of those kind of things. So we have that structured. We have these cadets, and then we also have, of course, the regular volunteers. I'll brag on Ann Boyd to tell you that she is the first to have now completed all of the 40 hours with Dr. Patterson. So she is able to run full with us. We have a couple other that are in progress. I don't know, some of them are kind of feeling a little like they might drop back to the auxiliary because things have changed a little bit, and the requirements that Dr. Patterson has put in order to make sure people are treated safely, that there are a little bit more requirements. So some of them I think are thinking maybe they'll back to the auxiliary, but still a possibility.
Is this our first junior cadet training program that our EMS has offered?
It is our first program. We have had younger people come in, do ride-alongs. Some of the ACE students have come in and worked, but in terms of a class, this is the first class.
Can we maybe at our next whatever meeting somehow bring them in and recognize them as the first?
Oh, that'd be great. What a wonderful idea. Sure, we will do our best.
Maybe we could get a little hat or something made up for them.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
I would appreciate that.
Oh.
I really would like to encourage more of these high school students, and maybe reach out to the homeschooling community too, to do this. Maybe the scouting groups also, because they have merit badges, I imagine, for this kind of thing. So reach out as far and wide as we can to fill this need.
Right.
And recognize them for their willingness to participate. Thank you.
That'd be great. Yes, absolutely. We will. What a great idea. We will definitely take that up. Next is if there's nothing else on that. And I'm not gonna go through all the bullet points, but I thought the ones that I had highlighted, and then of course you can read the rest. The mixed martial arts in the news. I mentioned that I met with this reporter who is covering the 7 counties, and why he was here was to photograph and interview some of the folks that are in our mixed martial arts program, which we do in partnership with Mr. James Henry and Buffalo Mountain Martial Arts. They have some folks that are competing this coming weekend, and going forward. And so they're very excited. And some of these are, he teaches various ages. Some of the folks that are competing this next couple of weeks are grown adults and who are business owners in the community. So it's not just a program for children or middle school, high school age, but there's also some adults that are a part of this program and are really committed to it. So there will be a feature, I'm sorry.
And just for clarity for our viewers, this is through our recreation department. Okay.
It is through our recreation
Yeah.
department, but in partnership, so James,
Right.
we have an agreement and all of that, but yes.
Right, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood in our audience.
As an expansion of our rec department
Correct.
offerings, it is not a new offering, but
Correct.
something that we do offer.
He's been a consistent vendor.
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
Just wanted it to be known.
Yeah.
Huh?
Danny's gonna be
Danny will be
coaching.
coaching too.
See, I missed that on here.
Nice.
And so you'll see the building in there, of course, is your new rec building.
Right.
So that's where it is. So I thought you all would enjoy that, which really good. So, hopefully, they told me that there will be a feature on the first folks, in the paper on Thursday.
Good.
We'll see, and then there should be some others following up. I also talked to him because he is the person that will be covering us going forward. He was already aware that you all, make this available, without him having to attend, but I told him I would send all of our information to them every week, and if any press releases, we'll reach out, so we will continue to work with them as best we can. Library Pavilion groundbreaking, that was very exciting, so I was asking, of course, Andrew and Pam and then our librarians spoke. But he had the groundbreaking ceremony for the new library pavilion, and so that the new structure, which is funded entirely by contributions, which includes $100,000 anonymous contribution.
If this is going into the record, I just wanted to point out that you have unanimous instead of anonymous.
Oh, thank you.
So if it goes
Yes.
into the record,
Yes, please.
go ahead and make sure you
I will
correct
fix
that.
that, thank you, ma'am. That eagle eye you mentioned to me before, right?
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. And they have, as you know, between Joanne and Lisa, they have 1,000 great plans for this in the future.
Absolutely.
I've also talked to Matt Sebas a couple of times and Kareem about some of the specific logistical and construction items. So we continue, because we kind of know where this is gonna end up, trying to make sure that we are keeping on top of it as we go along, even though it currently belongs to the library building commission. You'll see here a long list of administrative matters. I won't belabor it, except for there's a couple I did want to highlight. The AEP visit. So since Senator Stanley keeps opening the door, I've made it a point to walk through about every other week, or I often send him and Aaron, his LA, a note about, gee, it's 67 degrees outside, the skies are blue, the winds are low, and 50 people are without power in Floyd. Can you not help us? And so between that, and then I also serve on a group that's part of the local decisions to go forward with, in rate cases. Magically, AEP would like to come meet with me next week, so we will do that. So if there are particular, I kind of know generally what your issues are, but if there are specific issues you would like me to bring up, I would love to do that. You see, we did the Floyd Fest visit, and most things will be essentially the same as last year. And
Also a spelling, Aurora, you forgot a U.
okay,
Just so if this is going in the public record, I want
Sure,
it to be,
sure.
you know.
okay, we'll do that. And then let's see. Audit staff for Kim. We've submitted Kim submitted initially everything that they had asked. And I kind of took the lead on some of the recommendations to word that through so Kim could do the other things. And so all that has gone forward, and now the senior partners are reviewing. And so unfortunately, every once in a while they send something back, but none of them have been, they haven't been huge, but that's part of the process. So we'll be rolling those forward pretty quickly. And one of the other things I wanted to highlight about a little more than halfway down, Ladina has been working with citizens to develop a grant for digital skills, literacy, and devices
Right.
for farmers. And so given who lives in Floyd, thought that would be good, so we've gone ahead and signed a letter of support since she had been working on it. It doesn't require any match, just says that Floyd County thinks this is a great thing. So went ahead with that, and I think most of the rest of it you can just read through, or you've already heard from other communications. You all know some of the speakers at the last meeting asked about federal funds and a continuing resolution, so I can't speak to what it does for individuals in the county, but I did go back and circle, as I did earlier, to see what potential impacts there are to county government. And so, essentially, for us, the only risk has always ever been the EDA funds, which really shouldn't be at risk, but that's really for county administration. That's our only real big bucket of federal funds. The schools, of course, have several buckets, but so far, neither the schools or social services have gotten any direct guidance from the state about any impact to them by any changes. Dr. Cromer did a little bit of digging through her association as well. There's some Title II money, about $80,000 is the only thing that's kind of surfaced that they know of as a possibility, and the sheriff said he didn't have anything. So since they asked, I wanted to say, this is what we can easily take care of without going to a third party for a study. So I want to take care of that. And I wanted to brag on our two folks a little bit. They both be a little embarrassed, but Sydney, who is now a part of the Mike Mitchell Band, they played this weekend and were featured on Song of the Mountains. Kim and Jenny were able to go and support her. I was in Charlotte, so I wasn't able to do that, but we're very excited for her. And Jacob actually had his first appearance on the Sports Center for a call he made in a softball game. So just thought that would be, and it was on the weekend, just to be clear, it was on the weekend. But wanted everybody to know that. Highlight. As a good call, yeah, not right
That's
over
a
the
good
call,
question.
but it was apparently a very significant call. Things that are coming up, you all know some of these, of course, the Easter egg hunt, which has been one of our largest events, is April 12th out at the park. It starts at 10 a.m. There will be more than 1,000 eggs out there for kids to get.
Who else putting them out?
Your Parks and Rec staff are taking care of that.
Yeah, that's a lot of eggs.
It's
No
a lot
wonder
of
there's a
eggs.
shortage.
Yeah. Well, they're plastic ones, and we have recycled
okay.
quite a few
Alright.
from before.
They didn't boil them off.
No, not that. And they will have different groups every 15 minutes. So, the older kids can't run and get them all, and little kids not get any. So they've kind of got this down, I think. Then also this weekend is the Floyd Emergency Preparedness Fair. And so we have several folks that are county employees that are gonna be a part of that, talking about different things that you citizens can do to be prepared for major events. Springhouse School is still planning to go forward with their parade. I don't know what the status of them being a part of doing it in the road or not is. I had several conversations with VDOT, some were pleasant, some were a little heated about this. But they were gonna follow up with Brian a little bit more and see if that could help. And then finally, the, was the 29th, I'd added to, not the one I printed out. But, so it'll be in your electronic copy there, is the Tourism Summit, which will be driven by Virginia Tourism, but we'll also have speakers in from Crooked Road and a couple of the other organizations to speak, and then get thoughts from everyone from there. So with that, I guess we're back to, unless there's questions, where you all wanna go with the budget count, yes, sir?
Well, I just wanted to put this in there. I don't know if the rest of y'all heard it or not, but if it's bird flu thing I've been talking about. The other morning on national news, they was talking about the bird flu, a fox in Virginia, somewhere in Virginia,
Yeah, up in
tested
Loudon,
for bird flu.
Loudon
So
County.
that sort of worried me, so.
That's concerning. What did you? We have two things left, Mr. Chair, based on our earlier conversation. One is to talk about what you wanna do about your. Chairman, you had talked earlier about addressing the burn ban, and I'm not sure what you wanted to do there.
Do we have a closed session too?
You have a closed session, but yes, so those are the things I have left. So that's,
I think
hopefully
as far
won't
as
be
the burn
long.
ban, we might as well forget it, cause I noticed, there's not before of us. And I'd rather have jury here.
Okay.
One of the fire member, or chiefs, I put who I was Stockton, Tony Weddle and Kevin and a few of these others, but he said he needs a couple more weeks. And I don't think too make a difference one way or the other, but anyway, we'll just go ahead and
Okay.
forget about that this week.
Okay.
Table
So
the
the
next
burn,
meeting?
Yeah.
Or Table it, I just, not
Yeah,
sure.
cause he wanted 2 weeks, and I'd give him 2 weeks, so.
so we're going to continue with the complete burn ban in the county.
At least
That's
until
what I
we
just said.
I'm just clarifying it.
and listen and
That's
until we take
what
it
I
up on
just
the
said.
22nd.
So to your point, ma'am, so if we table that, if that's where everybody'd like to go, then your calendar and then what I hope will be a very brief conversation about solid waste and something that I need to chat with y'all about real quick, if that's all right. in that closed
So
session.
we did get a solid date for the 21st.
I believe now
Yeah,
that we all
I'm good
agreed
with
that
the
we were gonna
21st.
kick off on the 21st. I think that I could say there was mixed opinion about how long or short those meetings should be. But we did not go beyond the 21st, cause candidly, that's the date Kim and I really needed you guys to pick, so we could know when we have to tell everybody, get everything in. And then after that, it's what works with y'all.
So if this is the kickoff, would like a 3 PM meeting be better for you?
Anytime you get in the afternoons, you screw me up.
Okay.
So the mornings is.
Well, I can't do a morning on that day, but I can
mean,
do
that
anything
day,
afternoon.
Jerry said last night, whatever we come up with, he would work with.
Alright,
So on the 21st, I'm fine with whenever y'all say.
I could make it here by 1
Okay.
1 p.m.?
1 PM.
1 p.m. works? Okay. We can work through it a little more. If you guys are exhausted, we can
See,
work
now
on, at that meeting, talk about future. Yeah, wait till
Now that
Mr. Booth's here.
time's
for this one.
changed, I can work all the way to dark, and that's 7, 8 o'clock at night. And so if I have to quit in the middle of the afternoon, come back, by the time I get back, get everything ready, my day's shot. So,
I understand. And I would want to communicate, if it's all right with you all, that I have shared with you the request from the treasurer and the commissioner about their preferred date to have a rate. And so just so they know, I've shared that with y'all. And so we can talk through all that more on the 21st, but I did want them to know that I had sent that to y'all earlier.
I have a question about rec. Has the former emergency management vehicle been turned over to the rec department? And it's being used?
It is being used and they're very excited.
Excellent.
About every 3 days, I get a thank you text from Jacob about it's making a huge difference. So
Excellent,
I'm very
excellent.
excited about it.
And will our new emergency management truck be wrapped?
It will, yeah, we'll put some stuff on there. Right now, we've just been kind of focused on other things, but yeah, we'll get it taken care of. So
Yeah,
it's
cause that
definitely
is
needs to be wrapped.
an emergency management vehicle, so that should be wrapped like the old one was.
Yes, excellent point. And the other thing, just related to that, if I might, if you all see an old white ambulance driving around that just says Floyd County on it, it is being used by our maintenance department, but just to clarify, in case you all are asked, this is one that we had to decommission out of the county side. So that is not one of the former volunteer ones. So if any of you all are asked, I will absolutely swear that that is not one of the old volunteer ones. We have not used any of them for anything other than public safety as we committed to do. But it has been really good for Andrew to drive, and, cause it's not terribly reliable candidly, but for maintenance work,
Yeah, right, going here, there,
here or
right,
there, you
right.
know, if it breaks down, he's only gonna be, 15 miles away
Sure.
pretty much at the most, so, but mostly just here.
Some
The
of
other
the
veteran
veteran
thing,
is it,
he stripped it, it was cost effective, cause it was sitting
Mhm.
up by, in the maintenance area until.
Up near
they
his-
put- near the Carillion,
Right,
up near
right.
the maintenance behind extension, and the van finally.
Yeah.
Was done, so
Cindy's
his-
van.
No, not Cindy's van.
The other one. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
she
right,
was
right.
gonna say Cindy's van,
Yeah.
The gold one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was,
finally, and
that was tourism's van for a while.
you know how old that was, it finally died.
Right.
So they stripped in, him and Patrick took all the lights, so it has no
Right.
affiliation with anything, and they've used it. It's more conducive to him, cause he's got all those tools and
Yeah.
everything, and so there was no cost other than a couple of things they had to use to
Hooks.
clean up, plug holes because of the lights and things.
Right, excellent.
So there was no cost, we, did the right thing with the van, and we used that for maintenance, and there was zero cost.
Yeah.
I don't know how the veteran was on that. Levi may remember this, I don't know, it may have been before he come to sheriff's department, but our old stickers on the door, they would just peel them off.
Oh, yeah, what's on there
And
now
so-
just is the, still the half moon of Floyd County.
But these, you could wash the car, I mean, it was sold at public auction, this guy bought it. And we kept getting calls on the guy running the police car up and down the road.
Oh.
So come find out, when he bought it and had washed it, it didn't show up. But he lived on a dirt road and the dust would settle in that
Oh,
groove
yeah,
where
yeah.
the star was at.
Oh, yeah.
And of nights, you'd meet him and it looked like one of our police cars. So we had to talk to him and buy him some, what do you call it, goop remover or whatever. So
Yeah.
we quit getting calls on somebody impersonating police officer.
Yes. Yeah,
So
Dustin
we
and
don't want
I,
anybody impersonating
No.
rescue out here.
no, we don't want that, but I did, just in case the question came up, made it clear that that was not one of their vehicles. And we are kind of working through if there's, some of them, we can't, they've kind of passed their time a little bit, but some of them we're looking at other ways that we can utilize them, although I will say Dustin and I were kind of sad about, used to be able to get the old State Trooper Crown Vics when they used to run those. And that would be really useful in a lot of ways, but they don't use them anymore, so.
I've always wanted to get one of them old van type ambulances,
Uh-huh.
put my air compressors and my
Yeah,
wrenches.
exactly.
Just, I can drive it out in the field and park
Yeah.
for our roads to break into and steal all my stuff, but it's,
There you go,
I could take it to the house and lock it up.
there you go. So, Mr. Chairman, if you'd be okay, if anyone would like to make a motion to go to closed session for
That's
our
what I was
last
getting ready to
item.
ask, so.
So moved?
Second.
Okay, thank
Motion
you.
second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to move to closed session under 2.23711A6, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the governmental unit would be adversely affected, maybe that's why I misspelled those. And it pertains to solid waste. Ms.
For,
Cookenbook?
Yes.
For, comment. We won't be taking any action when we come back out of closed session on anything.
Well, that's up to y'all and how this conversation goes.
I
Okay.
mean, with this. Okay, all right.
It kinda
The
depends.
reason I thought if we weren't gonna take action,
Uh-huh.
we just tell people on,
Oh,
Well, we don't know.
YouTube that, we wouldn't be taking this,
yeah,
they need to sign off and go shopping or whatever. So,
okay, okay,
but means we're gonna possibly take
maybe,
action.
depending on what you all say.
All right, now you can call roll.
All right, no apologies, okay, sorry again, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I'll do my best to keep
Session.
I was gonna hand you yours, 'cause I realized they were.
Wait a minute. Ben,
Do you want them now, or do you want them
I'll
to
take a
bring back?
motion to come out of closed session.
Maybe that's fine.
Glenda, and then who seconded?
Eva?
Second.
Just giving you an opportunity to get in the minutes.
All right. On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, that's out.
certification.
I take a motion certifying that we only discuss those things within closed session for.
I make that motion.
Second.
All right. On the motion that to certify that we only talked about the things in closed session that we said we were gonna talk about in closed session. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, you're out and certified.
And that's the only thing we had on the agenda, right?
Just to check, was there anything in closed minutes? Nope. So just other than that,
There's a few things.
there's a few
That's
things
all,
in your
folks.
correspondence, so please be sure to check that. And with that, I think, Mr. Chair, if you all
I'll
wanted to
take a
call for
motion
adjournment.
adjourn.
Second.
Alright. On the motion to adjourn our meeting, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.